What the heck is that? Hey folks, welcome to Friday and welcome to the late shift. All right, Dr. Brad, nice to see you out there. Nice to see everybody in the chat. Boy, I really like it when everybody shows up early. That's always fun. Appreciate that, guys. Yeah, it's great to see everybody. Thank you all for stopping by, spending a little bit of your weekend with me. If any of you happen to be new, welcome, a special welcome, and I hope you find this a great way to kick off your ham radio weekend. Tonight's topic is satellite potpourri. We're going to cover a lot of different kind of small topics. I don't have anything real big and meaty, nothing heavy tonight, but there's a lot of interesting things I hope you guys enjoy. So we'll work our way through those. Let's see. And for those of you who are new, right, usually what we do is we go through a loose topic, and you know, things are pretty loose around here. We start off down one path, and man, it does not take much to get me distracted, right? Squirrels, chipmunks will get me distracted. I don't even need a full-blown squirrel. Hey, Wes, thanks for joining the Sprite Blitters. I appreciate that. That is awesome. Hey, I've got to get my buttons working. There we go. Thanks for joining the Sprite Blitters. Thanks for joining the crew. That's a big help. All right, let's see here. Frank says he's going to be here, but he's going to be lurking. Oh boy, Frank's having some Meshtastic issues. We'll save that for later in the program. We'll see what's going on here. What did Wes get you? Ah, yes. That's one of the things we're going to chat about, certainly. Wes hooked me up. All right. But yeah, so, I mean, there's an example, right? Chipmunk, squirrel. But we start with a loose topic, and after we get through that topic, then it's just kind of a free-for-all. Whatever the chat wants to take us, or wherever the chat wants to take us, wherever the RF takes us, that's where we go. Hey, 45, welcome. Oh, yeah. Groundhog. There you go. All right. So let's see. So what I like to do here before we get going too far is just a couple reminders, especially for the new folks out there. I have this thing called the community list. You can sign up if you hit that URL. And this is just a mailing list that I use to stay in contact with folks that are interested in the channel. I send out an occasional newsletter. I'll send out some reminders for the stream occasionally. I try not to spam you guys. I don't want to send too much through that channel, but I do use it occasionally. And when I do send something, I always make sure that the information I want to get out is also chock full of discount codes, affiliate links, all those types of things to try to make it worthwhile for you guys. And the big thing is, you know, if you're interested in freebies, channel giveaways, you got to be on the community list to win any prizes here. So that's just the way it works. So if that's something you're interested in, go check it out. And yeah, like I said, I promise not to spam you guys. Try to be real good about that. If I ever start spamming, you guys let me know. You guys need to tell me when enough is enough. I try not to do it too often. But in addition to that, I also have my link tree out there. Here you can find Digital Rancher merchandise. There'll be something, you know, like t-shirts, bumper stickers, that type of thing. You also find a bunch of discount codes out there, some of my favorite Amazon items. These are various ways that you can help support the channel if that's something you're able to do. I am very appreciative. Now, I'll also slip in some other goodies from time to time, and we'll take a look at one here real quick. Our friend of the channel, EOD Kaboom, that's KH2 X-ray, put together a nice FM satellite spreadsheet for us, right? So if you want to know all the satellites that you can work on FM, he put together a nice spreadsheet, and I posted out there so folks can grab it easily, and you can use that to program your radios. So that's just an example. I'll put some other things out there from time to time as well. All right, Brant, welcome. Nice to have you out there in the chat. All right, so with housekeeping out of the way, we're going to jump into the this and that. We're going to do that a little bit differently tonight, though. We're going to run this directly from the browser. And we're going to do that because a lot of the items, they require just a little bit of a deeper look. And so, hey, I'm still getting used to all my fun little buttons here on my Stream Deck. But here is, well, let me get this out of the way. Here is the link tree that I mentioned. You can see there's all kinds of stuff out there. You can also get to the community list here, but there's all kinds of stuff out here, all kinds of goodies, lots of discount codes. Ooh, something I do want to mention. This is kind of new. It's new-ish. Where's it at? Where's it at? Actually, ooh. Oh yeah, here it is. So my rack discount is now a 10% discount for you guys. So if you click on that link, it will embed my discount code. When you shop using that link, you'll get 10% off anything at rack. So I wanted to point that out if folks are looking to pick anything up. But here is the files I mentioned a little bit earlier. I've got it in a JPEG format, and we've got it in a spreadsheet format. So go out and grab those if you need some help with those satellite frequencies. All right, let's see here. Yeah, 2 emails a month. That's about right. I mean, I think that feels about right. So, can you spam me back? Absolutely. All is fair in love and spam. No doubt about it. All right, so we're going to jump right into this and that. And, you know, hopefully you guys are already aware of this. Hopefully you already are out there trying to do SSTV for event 30 here on, it's the Eris event 30, SSTV images broadcast from the ISS, having a little bit of technical difficulty. So I don't know about you guys, but I have not been able to hear any SSTV coming out of the ISS. And so I tried on the 12th. I tried yesterday on the 13th. I tried at about 6 o'clock this evening just to see if maybe they got things squared away. But I've had no luck. No luck. There's EOD. Welcome, Tim. We were just chatting about you and your spreadsheet. Thanks for joining. But yeah, no luck at all. So they're obviously having some sort of technical difficulty. They're aware of it, right? So that's what I'm kind of showing off here is, you know, they're aware of it. They're trying to get it figured out. Trying to get it figured out in between important things like sleep, right? I think, yeah, we had, yeah, these guys were sleeping, you know, the nerve of those astronauts sleeping. Holy smokes, QRP Life. Thank you for the super chat. Lots of HF and EME. Adding FM sats now. Fantastic. Boy, I'd love to hear about some of your EME adventures at some point. That's something I have on my list. Once I get to a certain point, I would love to give that a try. But thank you for the super chat. But yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on this, certainly. I posted an image, I think it was yesterday. I was all ready. I had all my gear ready. I was out there. I'm ready to receive images. And dang, I thought for sure they'd have it working after a day. But here we are, day 3. Still no images. Now, they did say, like I said, we're going to jump around a little bit here tonight. That's nothing new. But for any of you newbies, that's just fair warning. We're going to go out here. Rumor has it, excuse me, rumor has it, and it's not much of a rumor. Eris mentioned it in one of their posts, that they did receive, gosh, can't spell and talk at the same time. They did receive some images for this for Series 30. And yep, look like they did get a few. So this is Series 30. This is the one that's has to do with scouting. I'm sure they'll have some other little topics in there. But you can also see there are not a lot. There are usually dozens and dozens and dozens of images 3 days into one of these events. And they've got a handful of them out here, but something happened somewhere along the way. So we're going to hope they get that squared away just as quickly as they can. Tim says, I'm always missing stuff. Well, the great thing about YouTube is we can always go back and catch it again. Let's see. NASA's going to send a technician between 8 a.m. and noon next Tuesday. Isn't that the truth? Hey, how about this? So I actually have Stanley Steamer coming to the house tomorrow morning. And guess what the range was that they gave me? 8 to noon is pretty typical. I got an 8 to 1. I mean, come on. You can't get any closer than that. Supposedly they're going to call in the morning and get us a better idea, but man, 8 to 1, that's stretching it. 8 to noon's bad enough. All right, let's move on. Hey, Chris, good to see you out there. I had highlighted the original Spec 5 Spectre. Gosh, it's probably a year ago at this point. I'm curious. I've got to go look and see when that was. Let's see. Where am I at? There we go. We also just had somebody join the community list here. So thank you for that. Always great to see that shooting star go across the screen. But anyhow, let me look here. I want to look real quick and just see how long ago that was. Spec 5 has announced that they have an updated version of the Spectre. And for those of you who might not know, the Spectre is, it's an interesting concept. It's essentially the first one was really small. It was like this big. It was tiny. I could hide it in my hand. But it was a little Android device that can take a SD card in addition to a cellular card, and they had created kind of a case that allowed them to piggyback a Meshtastic device kind of all in one unit. And it's really an interesting idea. And this is the next iteration of that. I'm just looking back. I want to see how long ago I did that. Yeah, 1 year ago. So let's see. It was almost exactly a year ago. But I think they've made some improvements here. So first of all, they went with a larger phone. And look, this is certainly something you guys could do on your own if you wanted. You could design a case that could also house a Meshtastic device and, put this together yourself, but they do it for you. That's, that's what they do. They spend a lot of time making sure the case fits just right, making sure, the print is what it should be. All that stuff takes time. And if you've got the time, more power to you. If you've got the time, start designing those things, start printing those things and sell them. But anyhow, they've updated this one. So it's got a larger screen. It's not the little 2-inch screen or 2.5-inch screen. It's almost a 4-inch screen. They've also moved over to an NRF 5284 chip, which is good, right? The other one had the other chip. You guys know what that is. Daggone it. It escapes me right now. The less efficient chip. Now this one here, probably the biggest benefit to this is you can actually put a SIM card in it that is that's viable today, right? One of the big knocks on the first iteration of this is, yes, it was a mini phone they were using, but it was an older version. It was some older technology, and it couldn't work on the current phone networks, but this one can. So just something I wanted to share with you guys. You might be interested in that since I spent some time with it on the channel before. I do not have a 3D printer. That's something I would love to get one. I come this close to buying one so frequently, but the Heltec. Yeah, but I was thinking about the actual chip name, Bill. But every time EOD, I get ready to pull the trigger, reality sits in, and I can't think of where I would set it up where it wouldn't get disturbed, where it could just sit and run and be quiet and wouldn't bother anybody. In the house here, I need to do a little bit of work and rearranging before I could get a suitable spot for a 3D printer. ESP32. Thank you, Bill. There you go. Let's see. I keep bothering Jim to print handles for the elk. Yeah, those are great. I really like using that 3D printed handle with the elk. Meshtastic was my gateway drug to oh, nice. Very cool technology. Yeah, Wes, you're not wrong. We talk about that. That's kind of my big thing is you need an application to kind of move it from, a tech toy to something everybody will use. You got to have that killer application. And I don't think that's emerged yet, right? And until it does, it's going to be, something for the land of us techies, right? We'll be the ones that are using it, playing with it. And it's not going to go mainstream until that killer application materializes, certainly. Wes, my gateway drug to ham radio was the Raspberry Pi. So that's how I got interested in radio myself. So it's interesting to see how people come to radio. I didn't have the benefit of, an Elmer in the family, somebody. I didn't know any hams, right? I came to it through the Raspberry Pi looking for, I felt like I'd done everything that there was to do on the Raspberry Pi. This is back in 2017, 2018. I felt like I had hit the end of the internet kind of with the Raspberry Pi. And that's when I ran across digital modes. And it was actually KM4ACK. He was the first guy I ran into. He was doing some JS8 call in some of his early videos. That's what got me connected to ham radio. Dave, nice to see you out there, Dave. If you could fit it in a travel trailer, I could fit it in a house. Yeah. Uh, well, yeah, I'll leave that one there. We'll talk about that one some more at a ham fest sometime, Dave. Ham radio was my gateway drug to Arduino. Neat. Yeah. Hey, there's all this great little technology out there, right? And there's a lot of it that's radio adjacent. So it's fun stuff for sure. All right. I think we're ready to move on. Let's move on. This was a pretty interesting announcement. You guys I saw this in two different places. I saw it here on AMSAT Sweden, SM, and I also saw it on Amateur Radio Newsline. If you guys aren't listening to or downloading Amateur Radio Newsline, I recommend it. They always have, it's once a week, every Thursday it drops for Friday, and they always have some good news nuggets. And the thing that's been really cool is I would say in the last probably 9 to 12 months, almost every single episode has something related to satellites in it. That hadn't always been the case, but something, there's been a little bit of a shift where there's always at least one, and a lot of times more than one, topics or news stories about satellites. So you guys should be listening to Amateur Radio Newsline. Not to mention, such a great group of people that put that on too. It's really cool. All right, but this in particular, this is a satellite that was launched a little over a year ago by Arizona State University, and they had a bunch of science projects on it. And, they've completed the majority of their projects, as I understand it. We're going to look at their site here just a little in just a minute. But with the majority of their projects complete, they are now going to start offering a linear transponder. They're going to offer access to the linear transponder on this 6U CubeSat. Here's the interesting thing, though. Let's find it here. Check this out. Here's your frequencies. 5.663 gigahertz is your uplink, and 10.47 gigahertz is your downlink. So, you're going to have some atypical equipment to be able to take advantage of this. This I thought was interesting as well. Look at how much bandwidth, 200 kilohertz of bandwidth. If I'm not mistaken, RS-44 has 30 kilohertz. So that's quite a bit more. That's pretty cool. So I don't know how many hams have this kind of equipment, right? I don't know if there are that many that can take advantage of this. This might be a little bit like saying, there's free gold on the moon for everybody who can get there to get it. I don't know how many people will actually be able to take advantage of this transponder, but it's pretty cool anyhow. 45, man, you're tricky. You are on it. Look at you. You are on it. Let's see. I saw this project at HamSci. Chris, are you talking about this ASU one? Oh, Bill, I didn't realize that. I mean, I think I knew that you were an ASU grad, but I didn't realize your sons went there as well. Very cool. Yeah, they've got a long history of space-related projects at ASU, certainly. Yeah, you can add a transverter, absolutely. But that's still, that's still pretty atypical. But hey, if somebody's looking for a challenge, that's an interesting one. Let's see here. Oh, I think I was clicking around on some stuff. Yeah, here's what I wanted to see. I was all over the place here checking this out. So if you guys want to check out and learn more about this satellite, it is pretty interesting. You can go to CatSat .arizona.edu. Bill, you'll have to tell everybody why it's called CatSat. I'm sure people can figure it out, but you should know right off the top of your head. But anyhow, there's a lot of interesting information out on this website. When you see what their various missions were, this inflatable antenna looked pretty cool. Lots of pretty interesting stuff here. Let's see. Let's look at their missions. Inflatable antenna technology. Some ionospheric research. Some Earth imaging. Hey, they got some ham radio stuff out here, right? There's some telemetry stuff out here. Let's see what they tell us. I think this is just talking about that 5 gigahertz and 10 gigahertz transponder. Yeah. But there's some interesting stuff. If you guys have an interest in CubeSats beyond just working them, I recommend you go out here and check this out. They've got a bunch of pictures here. Like I said, this is a 6U satellite, which is kind of interesting, right? We're so used to the single cubes or maybe the 3U cubes. This is a 6U cube. And they've got lots of kind of pictures from the process that they went through leading up to their launch. Come on. There we go. They got some images that were taken from the satellite. So just some cool stuff out here. They also have a quick way to get to the live dashboard and the live tracking. That's what I was looking at here. You can click on that and you can see where that is, right? There's me, right? I am here. God bless Texas. And you can see where the satellite is. But this live dashboard is actually the same dashboard that you can get at SatNogs, right? So I always like to hammer this home. If you guys want to learn about satellites, specific satellites, make sure you utilize the SatNogs DB. Now, the one thing I did find interesting when I was looking at this, I did not see that transponder listed as one of the transmitters on the satellite definition. So I don't know if they just kept it a secret. I have to go back and look and try to see what the announcement was about this satellite whenever it was launched. But it's curious to me that they don't have that transponder mentioned here. I do mention it over here. Right? They're saying this limited use 5 gig and 10 gig transponder. But it's curious that they don't put it on the transmitters because this usually lists all the capabilities of the satellite. You could, of course, go out and take a look at some of the telemetry that's out there as well, right? We've done that multiple times. But this gets you to the if you want to download some of those observations, right? So you can get there, or you can look at that dashboard. And this is the same dashboard that you would see if you go through the CatSat site. All right, let's see. Rocky the Ringtail is the official mascot. Interesting. They were wanting to do propagation tests for Morbid. Oh, very cute. Oh, that's very cool. QRP Life presenting at the university last week. I've never been to the Missile Museum. An 80-foot tall disc cone. Boy, wouldn't you like to hook that up to your TinyGS? What did I win? You won the pleasure of providing the next radio for giveaway on the Digital Rancher channel. Congrats. It's good to have you here, Tim. Let's see. Wilbur and Wilma Wildcat. Yeah, see, Bill's got all the details. He's got all the details. All right. But yeah, I always like looking at these Grafana dashboards. And this one is fully built out. This one has a ton of information. All right. What are you going to do with it? I don't know. Marvel at it. That's what I do. I think it's cool. I love seeing all the information that can be gleaned from these satellites while they're in space. I just think it's so cool. So check that out if that's something you're interested in. All right. You guys ready to move on? Finally get rid of that Bofang. That little Jim saddled you with. I can't believe you still have that, Tim. All right. So this is something I wanted to turn you guys on to. I'm sure many of you know about the Internet Archive. And, you know, maybe we should take just a step back. Let's go here. If you don't know about the Internet Archive, you're going to love this. You're going to absolutely love this. There is all kinds of information that's archived out here. Everything from music to video to binary files that you can download. Here you can see all the different types of media and information that's cataloged here. It is crazy. Another thing that is really cool that I really love and use from time to time for all kinds of things is the Wayback Machine. And so if you, let's see, what might be fun to look at? Let me check something real quick. We don't have to get too fancy, I guess. Let's just we'll look at something basic. We'll look at arrl.org. And what this will do is it will show you all of the changes that have happened to the website over time. Right? And you can see how far back this goes, right? So we could stretch this baby back. Let's go back to 1997, right? This is probably, this is like the beginning of the internet. And we can see here, this looks like their very first website. Let's see what that looks like. So this has crawlers that go on the internet and try to catalog the entire internet. It's really pretty remarkable. There you go, folks. The first iteration of the ARRL website. Isn't that crazy? Yep, APK archives. There's so much stuff out here. It is absolutely crazy. But it's, it's kind of cool too to see how websites have changed over time and to be able to go out there and take a look at them, right? So let's just take a look at, in 3 years, they had a bunch of snapshots. We'll take the latest one in March 2nd, see what this looks like. Yeah, you're going to find all kinds of cool stuff out here. Now, early websites, it does a great job of capturing and cataloging those because there wasn't a lot of fancy technology, right? There was very little browser side technology back in those days, right? This was all straight HTML. When you start getting into some of the, more current websites, it can struggle a little bit. And it also will vary how deep you can go. Like we can hit some of these links. It's not just the front page, but what you will find is, some of the links will work, some of them might not. But in these older websites where everything's just HTML, things usually work pretty well. But that's just something to it's fun to check out, but there are times when it's also very useful. So go check that out. Go play with that. But what I want to talk about are a couple of resources for ham radio out here. And, the first and the major one here is the Digital Library of Amateur Radio and Communications. So this is a group that curates this information on the Internet Archive with a grant from our friends at the ARDC. I always talk about those guys. I think they do great stuff. And this is just another example of the great work that the ARDC does by funding, this type of activity. And there is all kinds of stuff out here, right? There's 52,000 QSL cards out here. 43 gigabyte of QSL card images. I mean, that's just crazy. You can see there's all kinds of podcasts out here. There's different magazines out here. Oh, this is fun. This here cracked me up. So if you guys are working satellites yet, if you have not yet worked Patrick, you will. And if you haven't worked him, you've likely heard him. He's very prolific. He's on the birds all the time, WD9, EWK. And I'm not quite sure how this has worked out or how this happens, but I know that Patrick does this is he will very frequently record his satellite passes. And you can find these on YouTube as well. But what's pretty cool here is, let's just take a look at one. And this is from October 29th. So this is fairly recent. Okay. And I didn't know these were out here until I went out and I was poking around. But here you can see he also lists all the different call signs that he heard on that particular bird. So I said, you know what? That'll be fun. I wonder, I know I've worked Patrick before. I wonder if any of my contacts are out here. And sure enough, here are a few of the contacts we've made. And I'll bring this one up because this one's fun. This is field day. This is the last field day, June 29th. And I remember this. This was in the evening. I had tried a couple of times during the day. And if you guys have heard me talk about field day, you've probably heard me say it's the worst time to ever try to make your first contact. Do not try to do it on field day. It's a madhouse. And I'm not kidding. Here, let's see. I'm not sure how loud this is going to be. We'll listen to just a little bit of this. All right, I'm gonna move ahead here. Just because I had done this before, right? Because I was curious. I was hunting around, and I know where the contact I made with him is. Thereabouts, anyhow. I think it's right around here.
WD9EWK field day.
WD9EWK, W5ICR, 1 Bravo, North Texas.
W5 India Tango Romeo, is it? WD9EWK, 1 Bravo, Arizona, QSL?
QSL, I'm EM13 as well.
Delta Mike 43 here, good luck, WD9EWK field day.
All right, and it goes on and goes on. So, if you guys have, something fun you might want to do, go out there and put your call sign in and do a little search and see if you've got a contact out there. It doesn't necessarily have to be with Patrick. If he just heard you on the bird, he put your call sign in the description, and you may be able to relive that contact. But I thought that was pretty fun. All right. But again, just here, let me find you guys here. Just a ton of stuff out here. Mike, welcome. Good to see you out there in the chat. Andy, welcome. See, did I miss anybody else? Anybody else sneak in while I was yakking away? All right. James, welcome. Welcome to the chat. But there's all kinds of great stuff out here, right? So I encourage you to go out, take a look around. You're going to find videos, you're going to find podcasts, you're going to find copies of old ham radio magazines, all kinds of stuff out here. I mean, it's huge, right? And what brought my attention to this is a recent addition of a ton of AMSAT related newsletters and magazines that were recently added to the archive. And, some of these things go back. Like, let's see here. Oh, let's see. Yeah, so you go back 1991. So you can look at them by year, right? There's a few different ways you can search for different things, right? I'm sure you could put in a satellite name and you could, find something there. Hey, I wonder. Let's put in CatSat. We'll say search metadata. We'll see if there's anything out there about CatSat. Sure enough. Right, so you got some amateur radio newsline audio recordings here. And it looks like you got a HamSci discussion from 2024. So, I mean, there's just no telling what you can find out here. Again, just a fantastic resource. So I encourage you guys, go out there, check it out, play around a little bit. It's good. This is a good place to spend, if you got a little bit of time to waste. You might be surprised what you come across. Let's see what they have here. I'm just kind of curious. I haven't had a ton of time to review this myself. So different keywords, whatnot, right? They have a few different ways that you can try to slice and dice things. I'm just curious here what one of these looks like. AMSAT Journal from 1996. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely readable. It's a pretty nice little viewer. Hey, look at this. What do we got here? Might find some interesting antenna projects out here. This looks a little bit like, oh yeah, it's quarter wave ground plane antenna. This is exactly what we're using. Many of us are using for the tiny ground station. This is a homemade one. Pretty cool. Reminds me a little bit of Randy's. So lots of cool stuff out here. Just kind of curious what kind of stuff we could find. A Discone antenna project. Right? I mean, this is, you want to talk about a rabbit hole. This is a rabbit hole. CW Ops. What's this? Solid copy. I mean, there's newsletters out there I didn't even know existed, right? Very cool. All right. I think we hit this well enough. Yeah, those ground planes do work pretty well. I've been really impressed. That's one of the things we're going to look at tonight is we're going to jump in and take a peek at how the tiny ground stations are doing. But before we jump into that, I received a package this week. And Wes sent me an awesome package, and he got, he included a one of his QSL cards here. Thank you, Wes. Hope you're still out there. But I want to share with you guys what he sent my way. Let me see where I'm at here. Let me get to the overhead. There we go. Move this out of the way. Check this out. All right, so from our conversation last week, right, one of the things that I needed for my CubeSat sim project was the 3D printed frame. And Wes had hit me up after the stream. He had actually, whenever I was going back, I was doing a little bit of housekeeping after the stream. I saw he had actually made a comment during in the chat as well and offered to print this for me and asked me what color I wanted and got that sent out to me. And I tell you, first of all, I'm very thankful. Thank you. This is awesome. This is such a nice gesture. I really do appreciate it. This is a huge help. Saves me a bunch of, futzing around trying to find that print house. But the other thing I was just really impressed with, and, this is, I'm a guy that doesn't have a 3D printer. So every time I see something that's 3D printed, I just, it still amazes me. But, just the tolerances, how well everything fits together, right? It's just press fit, but helps if I put it together right. But everything lines up, everything's straight. This is awesome. So this gets me a long way down the road on the project. So Wes, again, thank you. Very much appreciated. But that's not all. He didn't just send me these goodies. He also sent me something else that's kind of fun. And these are some forms, I don't know what you really call them, to hold a tape measure Yagi element. Right, so it looks like you can put this on maybe a 1-inch PVC pipe, screw it in. It's got some retainers here. It's got some slots. Hopefully you guys can see that. Yeah, you should be able to see that. How you slide a 1-inch tape into that space, and he sent me 3 of them to make a 3-element tape measure Yagi. And this, I've got a great idea for this. Now that I've got this, one of the things I always struggle with over the holidays specifically, I do some traveling. I go back, I visit family, and I always take like an HT with me. I try to not take a lot of radio stuff. You know, I'm there to see family and all that type of thing. But, you know, when you're there for a couple of days, 2-3 days, whatever it is, you always have some downtime. There's always an opportunity to do something. And usually what I'll do is I'll take like the D72 and I'll try to work some satellites with a telescopic antenna or something, right? Because I'm traveling, I'm on the plane, I'm not trying to take a bunch of gear. I don't want to take a bunch of stuff with me. And so I try to stay as lightweight as I can. And I'm always struggling to get into the bird because I'm on 5 watts. I'm using a vertical. I'm trying to compete with people who are using antennas with gain, and that's just not me, right? So I might go out and I might make, 1 contact in 3 attempts, right? Depending on how busy it is. But with this, I think I could put together some parts that I leave decomposed, right? I don't have to have it put together going through TSA and all the rest. I can decompose it, put it in my luggage, and I can have a 2-meter uplink on one radio with a Yagi that gives me some gain, and I can use a second HT for my downlink. And now I think I can be in business, right? I think now I can make some contacts much easier when I'm on the road. So, Wes, thank you. I can't wait to give that a try. Those brackets allow you to fold the elements back. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, so you feed them through here, and then you can feed them into here and screw it down. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm excited to try that out. Very cool. Was not expecting that. Thank you. It's going to be fun. And then he also threw in, there's got to be a story or something that goes with this, Wes. I'm not sure what it is. Thank you very much for these. One of the things I do when somebody buys some bumper stickers or something from me, I usually will try to pack a few extra things in, just as a thank you. And, usually it's a couple extra stickers, maybe a different type of bumper sticker but this is something I can add to that list, that thank you list, because it looks like there's a bunch of them in here. So, it was a great care package. Thank you again, Wes. Can't wait to put this frame to use. You guys will see plenty of that as that project evolves. So super excited. All right. Let's see what else we've got here. Let me get back to the browser. It looks like a nice little, this reminds me of my hometown, where I grew up in Western Pennsylvania. Looks like there's actually some color to the leaves and stuff, a little bit more so than certainly I get here in Texas. All right, let's see. So we talked about this already. I think we got everything squared away. I think we're ready to talk about kind of the bigger, meatier topic for tonight. Not that it's super big and meaty, but what I want to do is I want to share my progress. I've got my TinyGS, the 2.0 version. of the TinyGS. I've taken the ground plane portion of the antenna off just so I can maneuver things a little bit easier. But I'm going to show you what I've done with this so far. And before I show you exactly what that looks like in the box, let me pull up and show you what the performance has been. All right, let me pull up my station here. You can see right now it's offline because I've got it sitting here in the shack. But let me roll up and show you what's been going on here at W5ITR. Okay, first of all, if we go back a couple of weeks, this is when we set it up together on stream, and I put it out in the driveway. And this was using the Heltec V3 and the amplifier. And you guys, if you were here, you may recall, I only scored 2 packets. And I let that thing run for hours that night. Now, I did go out and I did take it down because it was supposed to rain. And if you guys remember, things didn't fit right in my case. So I just kind of had it dangling from the antenna, and I didn't want it to get wet. So I brought it back in the house, but I went out and I put it out again the next day, and I got nothing. I got butkus. Absolutely nothing. And so then I brought it in the house, and I didn't touch it for a little bit. And then I got back to it. And what I did is I took, the first thing I did is I took the amplifier off. And I just ran the Heltec V3 by itself with TinyGS running. And I started picking stuff up. And this was running in the house. I didn't even take it outside, right? I leaned it up against the window here in the shack. And I started picking stuff up again. So I thought, well, geez, maybe I need to move it out so I've got a better view. Still didn't take it outside yet, but I moved it to a better window. And here you could see I was consistently for several days getting more than 50 hits a day, which I thought was, felt like I was winning compared to this. Okay. Well, then, I got the bright idea. Well, I've got that 433 megahertz filter. Let me put the filter in place and put that amplifier back on. And I also did some research on that amplifier, and I found a page that talked about the little pot that's on that amplifier. Found out how you adjust it, what the range is for the adjustment, and that's really a transmit amplifier. But I thought, you know what? Let's just turn it down regardless. We're not transmitting, but this thing, who knows? Finding documentation on that thing was kind of sketchy anyhow. So when I found something, I said, I'm going to go ahead and turn that down. So I turned it down, put the filter on it. And what I did is I went antenna, amplifier, filter, receiver, in that order. And then I took it outside and I ran it outside for 3 days. And, bam, much better. Right? Here's the other thing that, in here you can see my heat map. It's, looking good, right? But the other thing that I thought was impressive, and I started looking at other stations as well and comparing what the other stations look like compared to mine. And, in the time period I had 1,000 confirmed packets with 400 telemetry packets. Now, I don't know what the other packets are if they're not telemetry. I'm not quite sure what the difference between those are. But whenever I was looking at other configurations, I was looking at other people's consoles, they'd be lucky if, 5% of their confirmed packets were telemetry packets. I don't know if that means anything, but, I'm doing better than 30%. So I like that. Maybe that doesn't mean a doggone thing, though. I really don't know. But the other thing that greatly improved, and what I saw as being better than a lot of other folks, was the record distance. So 3442 kilometers. I mean, I see a lot of other folks, and you know what? I'm sure Randy wouldn't mind. Let's look at Randy's. It's not going to be under Randy, for crying out loud. My goodness, I just went blank. What's Randy's call sign? Daggone it. Help me out, gang. Why can't I think of Randy's call sign? Can you guys remember Randy's call sign? Why can't I remember Randy's call sign? Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Bill. He's got two of them out here. So we'll take a look at, I think one's his primary and one's a secondary. So we go out here and we take a look. First of all, Randy's killing it. Look at how many confirmed packets he's got. I mean, look at this. He is freaking killing it. Look at how many he's getting a day. Now he's running the egg beater on this. I've got to reach out to him to see if he's running the amp as well. I don't know if you're out in the chat at all, Randy, but if you are, I'm curious if you're running the amp, right? He's, over 600 almost every single day. Every day he is over 600. Well, looks like he may have been doing a little of experimenting on his own here, right? So he's killing it. But if we go up here and we look, right, he is just a fraction in telemetry packets over confirmed packets. And, his greatest distance is not nearly as far as my greatest distance. And, I know facing west, he's got like a fantastic horizon. And I think you can likely see that here in how that heat map stretches out to the left, right? If you guys recall, he's got he overlooks the ocean. So he's got just a killer view on the west. And, that's a great horizon for satellites. So, telemetry packets as as some fraction of confirmed packets. Does that tell us anything? I don't know. Maybe not. It's interesting to look at, though. Record distance, I think that's interesting to look at as well. Right? Keep in mind, for this Cornell project, this is a really low power CubeSat, right? Because they're not transmitting from the satellite itself. They're transmitting from the chips that are being launched on that solar sail. So that thing's 100 milliwatts. So sensitivity and ability to hear is going to be important, right? I wish there was a way to turn off these TinyGS satellites somehow, right? These are 9 watts, and these things just, you just get hammered with those things. There's so many of them. I'd say the vast majority. Well, let's see here on Randy's while we're here. Let's just start turning these off. All right, let's take these out of the equation and see what our volume looks like. We get rid of all those, right? That's less than half now, right? He was over 600, well over 600 on most days, and this gets us down to 250. So those things, you know, oh, I missed one. Yeah. So I wish you could turn those off. I don't think you can, though. But anyhow, now I think it was in the FAQ. Was it in the FAQ? We're going to take a look. They talk about filters. They talk about various filters. Is this where I found it? This is not where I found it. I think I found it under LNAs. Okay, same kind of thing. They talk about some various LNAs, how people use LNAs, right? And I thought this was interesting. Most people believe, and this is the way I set mine up, antenna, LNA, filter, receiver. However, this person says they use antenna, filter, LNA, receiver, and they're getting a better noise floor. Okay. So that caught my attention. Hold on a minute. Better noise floor, better chance of hearing a weak satellite, right? Some other people swear I've committed a sin. I don't care. It works for me. All right. So what I want to do tonight is change this around. I want to go ahead and run a few days of antenna, filter, LNA, receiver, and compare it to what I've been getting, you know, in the way I've been running the last few days. So I'm curious, right? If I swap this around, am I going to do better than my, you know, 200-ish satellites a day or packets a day? Let's see. Yeah, that's for sure, Bill. A cliffside property, right? We should all have a horizon like that. All right. So let me shift some stuff around. I'm going to get rid of the keyboard here. I will knock that thing off. I know I will. Okay. So let me show you what I've got going on here. Again, I've got antenna coming down, right? Here's the antenna, feed line coming into the amplifier, to the filter, and then to the radio. And then I also wanted to show off, here's the box I went with to have just some more room, right? So I drilled a hole in the top so I could get this this antenna post into the box. Drilled another hole on the bottom. There you go. Put a hole on the bottom with a cable gland so this thing can go outside and be weatherproof. Okay, it's got a couple clasps there. It's got a nice big thick gasket in there, so I feel good about that. And here's what we've got. Now here's the other thing I like, is it's got a shuttle. I like these boxes with shuttles in them. I'm going to pull that shuttle out because when I threw this in there, I put zip ties around the connectors of that filter. But let me see if I can get this disconnected here first. Let's see, Rob, so it's about what you want to amplify, the whole signal or just what you need. Yeah, I get that. Here's what I think it's about. Which device do you trust the most? What device do you think is the better device? And what do I mean by that? Which one has the better filtering? That's the one I want in front of my receiver. Now, when I look at, this fairly cheap amplifier, and I don't know if you guys have looked into buying a filter like this, but they are not cheap. I mean, sure, there's some cheap ones. There's some really cheesy ones. But, this filter costs more than the amplifier. Right? Now, who would think that? So, I'm thinking that the manufacturing on that filter may be a bit better than the manufacturing on that amplifier. That's the way I was thinking about it. Am I right? I don't know. That's just the way I was thinking about it. But here you guys can see what I did. I just put some zip ties around the SMA connector portion just to give this some stability, and it really worked well. So it wasn't flopping around. Now the receiver's kind of flopping around, but that's okay. This pretty much stays in place. In the box when I have it installed. Now, I've still been running this on the bike repair stand in the driveway. But I have decided and found a good spot for it. All right, let's see here. I might need to get some needle nose. I found a spot on my barn where I can get it up a little bit, get a little bit of height on it. And I've got Wi-Fi in the barn, so I'm all squared away as far as that goes. Gosh, I must have He-Man'd that. Make sure I'm grabbing the right thing. Things are fairly delicate. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Bill, that the tinted, I wanted it to be clear so I could view the receiver, the Heltec, and make sure it was still running. But I thought that would help with the heat buildup from the sun. Okay. Get that out of the way. It was not easy feeding these zip ties through these holes. I've got some surface snips here that should help me out. But I'll still have to figure out how to get those pieces. I'm going to leave that one on so I can grab with it. Let's try here. I had it in there so nice, but I really want to see if my performance is better if I swap it around, right? And we still have a few days, right? It's not until December 1st. I told you I had those in there. Ooh. It's not until December 1st until it gets deployed. Ouch, that's hard on the knuckles. And I really want to try to get at least a packet. So I'm willing to try a few different things and see what works. Well, Tim, that's what we're going to try. We're going to swap this around and we're going to filter before we amplify. And we'll be able to see, I mean, it's not super scientific. You saw how much variation we had to begin with. Okay, we got filter. Yeah, that'd probably be the smart thing to do, Bill, but that's not what I'm going to do. I just don't feel like messing with it. Okay. Now I'm going to put that on after. The thing is, I use different holes depending on how things are configured. I'm using kind of the, I don't know, perceived stability of these SMA connectors. That's where I'm wrapping the zip tie around. That way I don't damage any of the electronics or anything. So, you know, I kind of had my zip ties in the middle. You know, this thing's going to go something like that now. I'm going to put a zip tie probably just here. That's probably all I need. 2's probably overkill. So I'll be lining up with different holes. And I'm still stubborn. I still think doing it the other way is gonna result in a better output, but that's why they play the games. All right, so this guy will go back in. Shuttle goes back in. And if any of you guys are interested, I added these to the store, the Amazon store. If anybody needs a case and wants to play around, there's also all the other goodies that you need to play around, play along. You know, everything still is just a little tight. Come on, there we go. So that's going to go about there. Let's say, I'm curious here. I might swap this around. I think I will. I can get rid of one of these then. These filters, I've never had an issue running these filters one way or the other. Okay, just for aesthetics here, I'm gonna want to flatten that so it lays flat in the case. Oh, I'm turning it the wrong way. Come on. Want it to lay flattish. There's a flat side on this filter. Okay. There we go. Can always go with tinfoil to wrap around the case and reflect the sun. Yeah, that's true. It's a good idea. I don't know if tinfoil could accidentally... this thing flops around in there still a little bit. And, you know, even though the I've got a cable gland in there, it doesn't crimp down so tightly on that cable that it doesn't stop this from moving, right? So I can, if I move the USB-C cable around, this thing moves around a little bit. And I didn't really want to try to figure out how to mount this. If I've kind of got these all connected, it's mounted well enough, I think. Okay. So it looks to be in this row right here. 1, 2, 3. I want to be 4 in, skip 1, and then the next one. That's where I'm going to start with my zip tie. So right here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see here. I'm going to go this direction. Is that the direction I want to go? I want this to be up here. I think we're going to go like that. Let me make sure that looks about right. I think I just needed to skip 1. Yeah. So here's what I had to do to get this through. I got it started, and I grabbed a hold of it with my little channel locks, pulled it through. Okay, then I'm going to skip 1 hole, bring it back up through. It doesn't have to be like super duper tight there, right? Because it's so tight between the holes. I just want to make sure that it's below the, I don't want it rocking on this in the case, right? As long as I'm kind of below this surface here, right? If I'm below these standoffs, then that's good enough. Okay. Yeah, just about like that. I'm not going to pull this tight yet because I want to be able to work in there and get the cable connected to the coax. Now let's see, on this side, I'm going to need my little adapter. Who said you should put your filter after your LNA? Nobody said so, Tim. The way I was just thinking about it is, I feel like this is going to have better filtering, and I'd rather have that closer to the radio, right? This is supposed to only, this is not a wideband amplifier. This is an amplifier at 433 megahertz. So this is supposed to have some filtering built into it. I trust the filtering in this more so than I do this. That's why I went in the direction I went. Velcro strips. Yeah, Velcro strips would be a good solution too. I had zip ties handy. Let's see. So that looks like it's going to be good enough. The most difficult thing here is getting this coax on. And then still being able to screw the carrier end. I'm just going to go hand tight on this. I think that'll be plenty good. Just going to go ahead and get these screws in. I'm not getting in the hole there. I have to shimmy this around a little bit. Kind of surprised I was able to get that screw in and out to begin with. I'm trying to get a little slack there. Not that it's critical. I may end up having to take it out again. We're going to see which one works the best. I want to get it in there because if this is the way it works the best, I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to take it down and put it up on the barn. How in the world did I do that before? Well, QRP life, we're gonna find out one way or the other. Okay. Tight, tight, tight. Gosh, that's not going to really move around that much. I'm not going to get like all super crazy about getting this super tight. I just really don't want it to move around. Yeah, that's not going to go anywhere. That's good enough. Okay. Now I just need to figure out the best way to, don't really want to pull that off. These are soldered. It's not a big deal if they come off, and I don't want them to come off. I don't want to solder them again. Okay, there's power for the amplifier. Then this guy here is just going to get tucked in there. Then I'm going to feed the coax USB cable up through the gland, plug it in, and we'll see how she does. Yeah, Velcro would be a good idea. Again, I just don't think I've got a little Velcro. You know, you always have Velcro, those little Velcro things that come on USB cables laying around all the time. Except whenever you need one. Except for when you want one. I don't think that's going to be a problem here. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, so that's not going to go anywhere. That'll be fine. I just got to get my cable in, plug it in, and boom. All right, I'm going to grab the ground elements. Hold on just one sec. All right. Once I get these in here, I'm going to run down real quick and plug this thing in so we can kind of keep an eye on it. And we'll see how it's doing. I 3D print alternative moly for these boxes. Interesting. All right, we got our ground plane back on. This is the configuration. Filter, amplifier, receiver. Let me, I'll give you guys a little bit of music until I'm right back. I have all the parts for one of these. Now you have me doing another project. Yes, sir. I'll be right back, gang. Wow, talk about timing. Holy smokes. Pretty good timing. All right. Well, it's deployed. Howdy, How-To Ham. Welcome. Let's see here. You are not late. Well, you're a little bit late, but you're not super late. All right, let's see. So we had 14. Let's refresh. I'm back online. Beauty. Or I'm sorry, 8. 8 packets. So 1039. I want to write this down. 1039 and 426. 34, 42, 5. That's my distance record. All right, let me get my keyboard back up here. All right. So let's see. You're not late. You were out getting SO125. Nice. Hey, Brian, welcome. What we just got finished doing for folks that just joined. How often do these TinySat projects come around? Are there any others? Not sure about that, Bill. Let's come back to that in a second. But just to catch the folks who just joined us up. So essentially, we were looking at the performance of my TinyGS station, my Tiny Ground Station station, and whenever I introduced a filter in addition to the amplifier, you can see all of a sudden my performance shot way up compared to this. Now, the way I had configured it when I received these 3 days worth of packets is I went from the antenna to the amplifier to the filter to the receiver. And the question was, what's the right order for these components? Is it amplifier, filter, receiver, or is it filter, amplifier, receiver? So this is 3 days of amplifier, filter, receiver. We swapped those components around, and now we're running them as filter, amplifier, receiver, and we're going to let it run for a few days, and we're going to see how it does. So, if you guys are interested, over the course of the week, you're able to just pull up the stats for my station, and you can see how it's doing. I'm going to at least give it 3 days. I want to see. I mean, there was a pretty big variation here, right? If the 12th was, closer to the 11th and the 13th, I'd only run it for a couple of days, but I feel like I got to run it for at least 3 just to see what kind of performance I get, right? Is it going to be better? Is it going to be worse? Is it going to be the same? We're going to find out. All right. How often do these things come around? So, TinyGS as it stands today is kind of continuous and ongoing. And the fact that we've got kind of a unique situation with this Cornell satellite, I think that's fairly unique. I'm not sure how frequently we get a situation where, we're trying to capture a single satellite's telemetry. But, you know, certainly you can let your TinyGS run and just capture packets all along. You know, we can take a look at, I don't know if Don has joined us this evening, but if we take a look at his, I mean, I think he's been running for over a year. Now this is pretty interesting. He must be toying. He must be working on his configuration, right? Because, you know, he had been consistently over 80 or thereabouts, and then boom, nosedive. So he must be doing some tinkering. Hopefully he'll join and we can ask him how he is doing. But in terms of, you know, what do we do after this 2-day satellite project with all this kit? Again, you can let the TinyGS run. You can load other firmwares on that device. You can turn it back into Meshtastic if you want. You can run radio. Now, you couldn't use it for Meshtastic here, right? Because we're 915 megahertz. But you could turn it into radio sonde. I'm not sure how you say that. And use it to track balloons. So that works in this frequency range. The other thing you could do is you could use this for APRS over LoRa, which is another thing I want to try. Once we get through this project, I want to try all those things, right? I want to set up for a balloon. So I want to load that firmware. And then I also want to load that APRS firmware. So there's several things you can do with these 433 megahertz LoRa boards. So, you know, if you're concerned about spending a few bucks on it, and you think it's a limited use purchase, you know, I think to some extent that may be true, but there's certainly other projects you could try with this gear. Can you monitor passing vehicles' tire pressure? That sounds more like a flipper, a job for a flipper. I don't know how those systems work. I'm sure they're not RF, right? They've got to be. Those sensors are, well, maybe they are. I don't know. I got no idea. All right, let's see. Well, those were my fun topics for tonight, right? So we covered some new, we started out with SSTV. That's currently not working. Has anyone tried that in the last few hours? I want to look. I know there are some late night passes here. Let me see. I really hope they get that squared away. Let's see. When's my next viable pass? I got one at 11 o'clock. What time is it now? But it's only a 6-degree pass. That's not a very viable pass for SSTV when you need a full 2 minutes just to get one image. I've got another one at 12:30. That's a 30-degree pass. That's a pretty good pass. Nothing heard there. Yeah. Older TPMS are 433. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Didn't know that, Paul. Yeah, so I don't know that it's worth trying to run out and do one of these passes. I'll tell you, the other thing we could do, though, is we could see, let's see. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Let me do it a different way. I'm just going to check X real quick and see if there's any news. Right, this is where we get our news today. Our ham radio news, much of it anyhow. Let's see. No new posts. Let's see if there's any additional updates to those other threads. Nope, I was the last. Here, let's see here. So what am I doing? Here's what I'm doing. Let's see if it'll let me. Can I go to a specific page? Yeah, I can. So this is the last Eris post related. They want me to log in. This was the last Eris post related to the issue. There are 16 replies on it. I'm the last reply on it, so nobody's commented on it after me. So doesn't appear like there's any news anyhow on X. Oh, John, you've got a good pass coming up then. Yeah, that's so that's in 30 minutes, huh? Interesting. In 30 minutes, what time is it? It's 10 to 11. Okay. Maybe we can get a, John, if you're going to give it a try, maybe we can get a report. But those were the topics that I had for tonight, right? We talked about SSTV not working. We talked a little bit about Arizona State's CatSat opening up their voice transponder at 5 and 10 gigahertz. That's kind of the whammy. Got to have some specialized equipment or atypical equipment. We talked about all of the AMSAT additions to the Internet Archive, all kinds of great newsletters and magazines from AMSAT going back to the 90s that were just uploaded to the Internet Archive. We also took a look at a number of the other resources that are radio related in the Internet Archive. Like I said, it's kind of fun to go out there and search around a little bit, right? We saw there's 52,000 QSL cards out there. I did do a search to see if I could find my call sign, a QSL card for my call sign before it was my call sign. They didn't have any though. However, I did, and this was really cool. A few years ago, I had somebody reach out to me and I had somebody reach out. Oh, look at that here. We've got some people that have joined the community. Uh-oh. I'm all pixelated. What is that about? That is interesting. But anyhow, to get back to my story, let me look here. I'm seeing I got something on my machine that's dogging. Okay, the bit rate's low, so that's not helping. I want to see if I can slow some of this down. Yeah, CatSat gives you an excuse to buy that 905. There you go, Bill. I like the way you think. Let's see. I think that might be starting to settle down. Let me see if I can close a few things. My machine just started, the fans kicked on, everything just started racing. Let me see if I can see what's chewing everything up. Usually it's this streaming that chews things up. But it's not that bad, really. All right, I'm going to get rid of that. Boy, I think it's that TinyGS, that website. That thing was hogging some resources. Beware of that, friends. Okay, I think we should be okay now. Looks like things have settled in a little bit. All right. So what I was saying is, I had somebody reach out to me and tell me who had my call sign at some point before I did. And it was somebody here in North Texas. And they did send me some old QSL cards that were his QSL cards, which I thought was just really cool. That was a really cool thing that somebody did. And I wanna get that QSL card and recreate it. My problem is, and I'm sure I'm gonna have to do this to just do it. I'm trying to see if I've got one of my QSL cards handy here. I have, I created my own QSL card a number of years ago. And if you guys have done that, you go out and you buy, kind of the minimum number of QSL cards. And it's still a boatload of QSL cards. And when I got this, I said, you know what? I'm going to wait until I use these QSL cards before I go buy another box of QSL cards. But I've got to start sending more QSL cards. Today I typically only send QSL cards for a first time satellite contact with an operator. So if I make contact with an operator I've never made contact with before, I'll send a QSL card. But I think I may just, it was, some of those classic QSL cards are just so cool. Oh, let's see. Do you really need an excuse? That's a great point, John. Do you need an excuse to buy another radio? Thanks, Bill. Yeah, I thought things, my fans got quieter, so I knew I was on the right path. You know what I need to do? I need to reach out to Ray, and I'm going to see if he'll, I know they've got that 905 loaner kit. I'm going to reach out to Ray and see if I can get on the list for that loaner kit so I can make contact on CatSat. That's what I'm doing. And I'm not even going to write myself a note. I'm just going to send him an email right now so I don't forget. Because I would love to have a contact on that satellite in the log. So I'll have you guys just hold tight for a quick second here. Let me just send him a super quick email. I'm hoping they're still sending that around. I really hope they have that because this would be cool. Let me get the chat back up here so I can see everybody. So KY4TRK, you're getting ads on the live stream. Yeah, we'll take a look at that in a second. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, Down East microwave stuff is good stuff. I mean, there's a bunch of cheap transverters out there, but I just don't know how much I would trust those things. Some people say they have good luck with those things, though. Watching ISS approach ham clock. Nice. You going to get out there and see if you can hear it, John? Ah, on the cell phone. Gotcha. Gotcha. I don't know if it, I don't know if they discriminate, right? If they, do mobile different than on a PC or on a TV. A few months back, I went ahead and sprung for the YouTube. I don't even know what they call it. YouTube without commercials, whatever that is. I don't watch TV much at all. YouTube's my entertainment. That's really where I spend time. If I'm going to watch a screen, it's typically going to be YouTube. And so I opted for the best YouTube experience I could get. And it's not that much a month, and it's fantastic. You don't realize how fantastic it is until you get confronted with an ad after not having an ad for a long, long time. Premium. Thanks, Bill. Like when you end up watching it, if you're not logged in or you're watching it on somebody else's TV or something, and all of a sudden the ad pops up, like, what is this? What is this crazy stuff? You get spoiled real quick. Let's see. There we go. I got everything I need in there. Beautiful. Hopefully Ray will take a look at that in the next few days, and maybe we'll be able to share that on the channel. Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, there you go. Go with a pie hole. That's the ticket. I've had luck indoors. Oh, good. Perfect. That's even better, John. Easy peasy. That's good stuff. All right. So what else? What else would you guys like to talk about tonight? Like I said, I think we got through all the stuff I was hoping to cover. Hopefully some of that stuff was new information for you, some news. Maybe the Internet Archive was something you weren't familiar with. Man, you will burn some time in the Internet Archive. That can be a ton of fun. It's also, you know, if you've worked in the internet at all in any capacity where you've been involved in some sort of web presence, it's fun to go back and look at kind of your old work, and it can be a little bit embarrassing, but you're only embarrassing yourself. It's like, dang, I can't believe that was acceptable back in 1997, but It was. Or 1999 even early 2000s, right? Internet was still pretty ugly. Yep, I'm with you, Tom. I am with you. It is well worth the price. Like I said, it's I watch more YouTube than I do like Netflix or anything like that as well. I cut the cord a long time ago in terms of cable. I've had an over-the-air antenna for a long, long, long time. Geez, over 17 years I've been using over-the-air antennas. Now I get not everybody can really take advantage of that. You really have to be in, you have to be in a place where over-the-air is popular. I've been fortunate enough to live in areas. I mean, geez, here in, out in the middle of no man's land. Well, I'm not like West Texas. I'm still North Texas, but I'm out west of Fort Worth, an hour west of Fort Worth. I probably get 50 channels over the air. Now, a lot of them are, I get 5 shopping channels. I get, there's a bunch of Spanish language channels. I'm not much of a Spanish speaker, so I don't watch much of that. Not using the eggnogs. EOD, I was sitting here today looking. I've actually got that eggnog sitting right here. I still have it sitting right next to the desk. And I was considering putting this on it. I think what I want to do is I want to get through this evaluation of what's the right order for the components, right? I'm hoping that takes me through the weekend. By Monday, I'm going to know, which order gives me the best results, or maybe it'll be the same results, but I'll have the answer by Monday. And then I still have plenty of time where I can put the egg beater on, put the eggnogs on, and compare that to the vertical ground plane, right? The quarter wave vertical ground plane. Now, I don't know if Dave is still in chat here. KB5UTY. I don't know if Dave is still in chat, but I was talking with him last week, and he was playing around, just, he had an extra board. Oh, that's what I wanted to mention. If any of you happen to have a Seed Technology or a Seed Studio Xiao board with the 433 megahertz radio chip, that too will run TinyGS. So just throwing that out there. But anyhow, I was talking to Dave, and he had a device, he flashed it, and he was asking me a few questions about it. And he said he just plugged it into his vertical, right? He had I don't know if it was like a GP6 or something like that. He had some sort of vertical, that's on his house. And he just plugged it in, and man, he was doing fantastic. He was pulling in mega stations, right? And he was getting his max distance was also fantastic. So that's another option, right? If you've got a vertical antenna out there that's got some gain on it, like a GP6, something like that, GP9, you could probably just get away with plugging that thing in for a couple of days during the event. And you may have a good chance of getting some of that. I was just going to see, I can't recall if he sent me a screenshot. Might have been in Discord. We might have been chatting in Discord. But I was Yeah, the Xiao. I was really impressed with the performance of TinyGS with that vertical antenna. I'm going to see if I can find that real quick here. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see here. And I shouldn't have looked in Discord. I opened up Discord and I got a bazillion messages in here. Hey, I got some messages from some folks I hadn't talked to in a while, so that's good. Let me find Dave here. Let's see here. Dave was... Oh, he sent me a picture. His radar picture. And, you know, he was getting stations clear out at 3,000 kilometers with no problem. His record distance was 3,310 kilometers. So that's not bad. Right? I forget what mine was. Let's see. I think mine was a little bit further than that. 3,400 maybe. But, you know, he just had this vertical on the side of his house. And it was pulling them in. Oh yeah, I can hear my fans kick up as soon as I get into this TinyGS website. I'm curious to see how this thing's doing. Yeah, 3,400 kilometers, so a little bit further. I have not got a single packet since. Well, let's see if I should be. Oh, I got these Tianquis. Which way is that thing going? So it looks like that passed right over me. I'd be, well, last packet 32 minutes ago. That was before the swap. I don't know. It'll be interesting. We'll see. I'm going to kill that just so it's not chewing up CPU. Let's see. No SSTV heard in Florida either. Okay. Yeah, you have to try that Night Cry and see how it goes for you. Yep. Yeah, that's the same thing I'd been hearing the last 3 days, John. So it sounds like they haven't got that squared away yet. They haven't got that squared away yet. Does anybody else on stream have a TinyGS up yet? We can pull up your station if so. Anyone got theirs deployed? Give you guys a chance to see if anyone almost there, waiting on the amp and filter. Ah, gotcha. EOD, which filter did you go with? Be curious. I really like that that filter that I've got. I've used that in several projects and I've had great luck with it. I mean, it was not cheap. And I don't believe the last time I looked, it was not even available. Let me just take another quick gander. because I would love to add that to the store for folks. Oh, I don't know that I got it through Amazon, if I remember. I think oh yeah. Yeah, I did. I actually did. Okay, let's see. Currently unavailable. I am pretty sure there were some others that looked similar to this, though. Hey, Colin, welcome. Ah, no worry. Greg's a good dude. It's a good place to hang out. But it's good to see you out there in the chat. Welcome. We're just talking about 433 megahertz filters. Let's see. Sent an image of the shell for size reference in Discord. All right, let's take a look at that. Oh yeah, I know how small they are. I've got a handful of them here. Actually, I have about, so I told you guys that I'm working toward a 5,000 subscriber giveaway. I'll let this little cat out of the bag. I've got 6 of them for the giveaway. I'm going to be giving away one every 10 minutes during the first hour of the stream on giveaway night. So, that is one of those devices. Let me see. I think I've got one right here to show you everybody. All right. Well, let's see here. So here is the shell if you've not seen one before. So I've got it in the palm of my hand. And it is a package inside a package on a little piece of ESD foam in there. So you've got the shell, and then you've also got the radio module so that you can run Meshtastic on this. You can see how small these components are. These things are teeny tiny. They're very cool. But this has got the SX1262 radio module with it. And it's just like a piggyback board. You plug it in, and now you've got a teeny tiny Meshtastic device. And not only, so every 10 minutes, I'll be giving one of these away with a little 3D printed case that houses the shell. Right, so then you add your antenna here, and then that's kind of how small the package is. So teeny tiny little button there. And these are compliments of Seed Studio. They provided these for the channel giveaway. And Dave, KB5UBY, printed these for me for the channel giveaway. So every 10 minutes, I'll be giving away one of these pairs during that giveaway stream. And again, you've got to be on the community list to qualify for the giveaway. Ted, welcome. How you doing? KK7 Oscar India Whiskey is up and running for a day or so. No amp or filter, direct in the same antenna direct to the same antenna you're using earlier. Okay, great. Let's pull it up and take a peek at it. Congratulations on getting it together. Let's look you up. There you are. Oh, look at that. Bam. 300. No amplifier, no filter. Raw dog in it. Look at that. Nice work. Oh, if I give them away now, Pepe, I won't have them for the extravaganza. Yeah, look at that. That's fantastic. All right, let's see what kind of let's see what the power ratings are. So here's an 800 milliwatt. That's great. There's some 9 watters. I want to see, I can't remember which satellites they are. I think they're these CSTP. One of these CSTP, or maybe a couple of them, are 600 milliwatt. I think that's the least amount of power that I've seen so far, and I can't see any further there. But if I'm not mistaken, some of these CSTP 1 point whatever, and maybe it's the 2s, I don't know which ones, are 600 milliwatt. But let's see what you're getting out here distance wise. 300 or 3,320 kilometers. That's good. And so here you're getting, out of 400 packets, 57 of those are telemetry. Let me see. These POTA sats, those ones are I think maybe some lower power as well. Wish there was a way to, well, I guess we can do it this way. Let's see. Active satellites. What are those ones? Are they CSTs? Yeah. Let's see. Where's power? So this one's 800. That's 2.1. 2.2. 800. I was thinking for some reason some of these, or one of these, was 600. There's another 800. 800. 800. Which one was it that was 600 then? Let's check these. These are 4s. 800. Another 800. These are probably all 800. I'm probably just remembering it wrong. I know there are some that are 600. 800. Maybe it's one of those FOS. Let's see. I can't tell anything here. I know what else I should have looked at. Daggone it, I wasn't thinking. We'll go look. So these look like they're 1 watt. CubeSat. 1 watt. All right, let's see. I don't believe it was the Norbies. What are these guys? 800. I know there are some 600s out there. Let's see. We looked at those. Oh, maybe it was one of these Vladivostok. 800. Are these operating? I don't know. Maybe it'll come to me at some point here. But the other thing I was thinking that we should look at is what the noise floor is. Let's see here. Now I think that, is it on a, where did I see the noise floor? Might be on a per satellite basis. I mean, we've got signal to noise ratio. That's going to depend, I think, on the orbit of the satellite compared to your station. I mean, all these will to some extent. RSSI as well. I mean, you'd have to compare. All right, let's see. Ooh, what's this? RS52SE. What's that guy? Yeah, it's certainly easy enough to follow somebody else, but you know, you still got to do it. So congrats on that. 12 p-pound test. You're welcome. November 7 PHY. Cool. Welcome. Techni Video. How you doing, man? Let's see here. So let's see. Yeah, just trying. Okay, so let's see. 13 stations. Let's see if, well, let's see if I've heard anything recently. I hadn't seen a packet yet since I reconfigured. Let's see if that's changed. Where's my notes? I think it's a little bit. 2 packets. Yeah. Okay, so we got the FOSASat. So let me check Dawn. So Dawn is not that far away from me. Let's see if he got this one as well. Let's see. Dawn did not receive that packet. Okay, let's see. Are there any other 5 stations? Here's a 5 station. I'm just trying to find somebody that might be close to me, right, where we might be in a similar orientation to the satellite. I mean, we're not that close. Our elevation is, well, depends on, I don't know how that works. I'm guessing that's at the time, the elevation at the time that you picked it up. But we picked this up within milliseconds of one another. Pretty doggone close. They got a little bit better signal to noise ratio. Looks like we both got the same. Looks like we both got a packet. Let's see where they're at. Houston area here. Is that where this is headed? San Antonio. Okay. Let's see. What kind of station is this? Yep, same quarter wave ground plane. So that may be the same antenna, or I mean, it's going to be a similar antenna. I had a little bit more elevation. So, I mean, makes sense. Maybe. I mean, he could have had more obstruction. He's lower on the horizon, but I mean, 7 degrees. I don't know that we can really discern much difference there. Let's look at another one. All right, I just jumped up. I just got 6 more packets, these Tanquis. Ooh, what's this Stratosat? Oh, this is interesting. So I don't recall seeing this at all. Only 2 stations picked it up. And it's somebody else that's right here in North Texas. So somebody that's right here in north of downtown Fort Worth. I'm a little bit west of Fort Worth. Isn't that crazy? We're the only ones that picked this up. And I mean, pretty doggone similar. Keller Heltec V3. So this is interesting. We're running exactly the same board. Might be an unknown packet or just terrestrial noise. Really? Let's see. There's not a lot there. Let's see if there's... Doesn't feel like noise. That's interesting. I mean, but it is also interesting that only 2 of us picked it up. We're running the exact same hardware. Now, I don't know about the rest of it. But we have similar signal to noise ratios, similar RSSI, and yeah, everything's pretty similar there. Now, I remember last week, there was a point in time when it said it was listening. I'm sure we'll see it again here shortly. It was listening, and Don had mentioned that he thought what it was listening for was a satellite name. But when I read the FAQ, that in fact is not a satellite name. It's actually what the ground station software displays when Tiny Ground Station doesn't have a satellite within range, and it's evaluating what it can hear for potential new satellites. Hey, Ted, welcome. I think I caught you last time, but maybe it's the hand that caught my attention. Let's see. We still have some folks out there. You guys got awful quiet in the chat. Yeah, we still have a few folks out there. All right, let's see here. Let me do a quick refresh and see. We're at 10:48, 10:49, so we just picked up another packet. I'm glad to see that some packets were coming in. I was getting worried there. This is another FOSA-sat. I mean, there's all kinds of activity out here. All right, let's see. So I got a FOSA-sat. Let's see who else picked that up. We got some more Texas stations. Got a bunch of Texas stations that heard that one. Okay. Hey, Don picked that one up, but he got a CRC error. Did I get a CRC? No, I got a clean packet. Don's having some trouble there. Is Don in the chat? Did he show up? We're here, but not all there. All right. Glad you guys are out there. Pressure washing the roof. Nice. Love it. Getting ready for the roof tower. All right. So let's see here. Oh, here's that Keller Heltec V3 again. Let's see. Now, he heard that much better than I did. At least signal to noise. You see that, guys? Look at that. He's at minus 875. I'm at minus 1425. We're at, very similar latitudes. QRP's configuring a device. Ooh, got the drive home tonight. All right, Sean, we'll try to keep you awake, buddy. Let's see here. How did I do compared to others? See my elevation. Very similar. Yeah, so this is something to keep an eye on, right? So I've got this other Heltec V3, essentially at the same latitude. We're less than probably 30 miles apart. This is me. This is him. Right? Fairly close as the crow flies. And his signal to noise ratio was minus 875 dB, where mine's minus 14. Mine sounds a whole lot noisier. Looks a whole lot noisier than his. Very, very interesting. AI4TB is now a live station. No outdoor antenna connected yet. Well, that's all right. Let's take a peek. Congratulations on getting it together, getting it done. Yeah, AI4TB. There it is. Okay, surveillance. That's the word I was looking for. This is not a satellite. Don thought that this was a satellite. He mentioned that this was a satellite. This is not a satellite. This is the radio evaluating what it can hear right now, looking for another satellite, looking for potentially a new satellite, right? If we go in here to the FAQ, let's see. See if I'll be able to put my finger on that. Let's just grab that. We'll do a search. I don't want to, yeah, I want to search. All right, let's get rid of the, all right, so where did I see that? Let me go back. Maybe it was in the wiki. I saw it somewhere where they talked about this. But I did want to clear that up in case somebody did have a question about that. That is not a satellite. That's tiny ground station searching and looking. All right, we'll come back here and see if we get any packets at another point in time. We got anybody else out there that wants to offer up their station? Okay, you want to move from satellites to HF. Anybody working the ARRL SSB sweepstakes this weekend? Ooh, that's a good topic. Let's see, this weekend, what do I have going on this weekend? I've got the Stanley Steamer folks in the morning, hopefully in the morning, sometime between 8 and 1, for crying out loud. We've already got everything moved out of the living room, though, so we're just having them do one room, do one of the carpets here. Was happy to get through the setup. Not too bad. Good. I probably should spend some time. I did not get my antenna finished last weekend. I went out to an overlanding show out to the off-highway vehicle park here that's in North Texas. And it was the first time that they've tried to do something like that. And, there's, a couple hundred vehicles that go out there every weekend at least. And when they're having events, they usually get a lot more. So there were plenty of off-road vehicles out there, overlanding type vehicles, side-by-sides, motorcycles, right? It's a pretty good sized park. But their showing in terms of overlanding vendors was not good. However, I did run into Jason, Ham Radio 2.0 out there, and I got to hang out with him for a bit. He introduced me to one of his overlanding buddies that's in one of the groups that he participates in. And he had a drone. And so we were playing with some drone stuff, and I ended up spending more time out there than I had anticipated. So I didn't get home and get my antenna work done. So instead of doing sweepstakes, I really should get that antenna going, because I'm going to want to do some RTTY contesting here this winter. That's the contesting I enjoy. So likely no sweepstakes for me. I'll bet you Kyle, Alpha Zero Zulu, will be doing some sweepstakes. I know he likes to get that coffee mug. So my guess is he'll be doing the sweepstakes. Let's see, John helped a fellow ham put up a new wire antenna, an end-fed long wire. Nice. First contact on this antenna was, oh, nice, GW8DX, Wales. Exiting first contact with this antenna. First Wales contact for me from Ohio. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hey, Eric, welcome. Good to see you, buddy. No HF for Eric. Still need to work on a balcony antenna. I can understand that. I've got that DX Commander that I've got to get restrung. And that really is a pretty impressive multi-band antenna. Though I'm not putting up 80 meters this time. I had it configured originally with the with shaped 80 meter element. I'm not going to do that this time. I didn't use it that frequently. And I really think that having that extra attachment point at the end of that long wire contributed to some of my issues with keeping that thing vertical. Now, granted, you know, some of the wind out here can get kind of silly, but exciting. Yeah, I figured it was a typo, John, but it's too late for me to translate. So thanks for cleaning that up. Yeah, I'm starting to get some packets in now. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how this works over time here. All right, let's see. Hey, we still have 30 people out there hanging out. We better come up with another topic. What do you guys want to chat about? I tell you, I'm excited. Yeah, of course you guys can't see that. I'm excited to play around with this tape measure Yagi pieces for a mobile 2-meter satellite uplink from an HT. I think that could really improve what I'm trying to do with a very lightweight portable mobile setup. Eric says, I'm kind of wondering if I should just use a short wire and put it on a remote tuner. Okay. So let's see. How does that work? So you mean use something like an ICOM tuner or something out at the wire at the feed point? Is that what you're talking? For lightweight, it's hard to beat a carbon fiber arrow too. Yeah, I know. I mean, ever since you showed me that, Eric, I've had that stuck in my mind. That is really beautiful, and I'm sure it works fantastic. I'm just trying to find the smallest package I can fly with. Yep, antenna. Yeah, and tuner at the feed point. Yeah, that's probably your quickest way to success. I'm sure that would work pretty well. It's probably not going to be, you know, certainly the best antenna you could do, but it gets you on the air. Get you on the air. The G5500 is still sitting here right next to me in a box. I'm still waiting for that daggone separation kit. And I'm like at a standstill without that separation kit. I mean, I'm getting to the point where I guess I might have to go out and start trying to scrounge all those individual parts and pieces. Carry my arrow in a reusable shopping bag. Take it off the 2-meter element, separate the end, and leave the 70 elements on the boom. Yeah, but you're not air traveling with that, right? I mean, that's what I'm trying to come up with a solution to go through TSA. I mean, I hate to check a bag. I just will not do it. I just can't. I've been burned too many times. I just will not check a bag. So I've got to have a solution that I can carry on a plane and get through TSA. Yeah, I can see how that would work good for a train. Put it in a roll-up bag. Yeah, I've thought about that, right? Putting it in a roll-up bag and putting it in, or actually, what I thought might work is, using the split boom one. I hate taking the split boom apart, but you could certainly do it. Is putting it in a tripod, a little tripod bag, right? Or a monopod bag more specifically. I think I could fit all the elements and then put that in a water bottle holder in my backpack, just like I do with my monopod. Going through other videos, looks like Hey7AGE had a, yeah, Randy came on the stream, I think it was 2 weeks ago, and we were talking the tiny ground station. So that was a great time. Randy's a great guy. Really enjoy spending time with Randy. He's a good dude. The carbon fiber boom is probably okay for carry-on, probably less of an issue with TSA. Yeah, I would think so. What was your lead time on that carbon fiber boom? I'm sure that takes some time. I remember you sent me some pictures of kind of the process. And, the guy had several of them with call signs on them. And I mean, those things are gorgeous. They're beautiful. It was a while. Yeah. I probably just need to get my order in and just get it going. I have to go back and look. I'm sure I still have what you sent me. But if for some reason I can't find that, I might reach out to you, Eric. Yeah, Randy's been doing this for a long time. I mean, I remember, watching Randy. I've watched a lot of Randy videos, put it that way. What I like about Randy is, to me, he's a ham's ham. He's into everything, right? He's not just an HF guy. He's not just a digital guy. He's not just a satellite guy, right? He likes to do it all, and I really appreciate that. I can identify with that. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what you told me it was, Eric. I have to go back. I think we had that chat in Discord. So I should still have all that. It was an email, if I recall. Yeah, John, I was always concerned about if I would get a hassle carrying a tripod or a monopod through. And surprisingly enough, I never once got stopped for that. And like I said, the way I would carry it is most tripods or monopods, they come with a bag, and it's 3 feet long, whatever it is. I think actually the ones I would get were like 24 inches long. But what I would do is I would take that and I would stuff it in the water bottle pocket and then put a strap around the whole bag, so it wouldn't flop around in the backpack. That way I felt like if somebody wanted to see it, it was super easy for me to pull it out. I could say, hey, look, it's monopod, or hey, it's tripod. But I never once, and I probably carried a monopod like that probably 35 times, over the last, 5-6 years, maybe even more than that. Yeah, I mean that's exactly the key, Eric. I think if you're pre-check, um, that's what I do too. I'm pre-check, uh, and actually I get clear um, as well. So I get that through my credit card at no cost. So they already have your fingerprints. They've got your retina scans. They've got all your biometrics. They know exactly who you are. I mean, they've got all my biometrics anyhow from all my other activities. But I've never had a problem going through TSA pre-check or clear. Yeah, well, I mean, in that case, Eric, you're going to the gate to check that and pick it up anyhow. And yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes they want to give you a hassle over that. I don't know why, but they do. I'm trying to think. There was some other kind of ham related item. One of the YouTubers, is either ham related or camera related. They had a horror story about earlier in the year. I mean, Frank always gets pulled over, right? He always gets a little extra attention, you know. Um, poor Frank. He's always getting yanked. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's I hate that. And I used to do a lot of IDPA shooting, and I always got nervous when I had to fly like that next day or that same day. I'd use that special soap that they would have. I mean, they would have it at the range, which was really nice. It's supposed to remove all that residue, but I was always nervous flying after shooting. And it's whenever they pull you and they want to swab everything, right? That's what always worries me. That's why I have separate bags, separate gear. That stuff is completely segregated from any of my travel stuff, just for that very reason, right? I just don't want that residue issue. All right, let's see here. I'm going to check. When was my last packet? 16 minutes ago. All right. It is interesting how these how this stuff goes. You'll go for some period where nothing happens and you get all these little onesies and twosies, and then all of a sudden you'll get like one satellite. Like if you look over here, you see all of these captures in a row. That's one satellite pass, right? That's just bang, 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 bang. That's same with this way here, right? And then all of a sudden those numbers start shooting up. Being a bomb tech, yeah, I can't even imagine that. That's got to be crazy. I once did a audio with TSA. Oh, an audit. Oh, wow. That would be interesting. Yeah, that would definitely be interesting. All right, I'm going to close that. That thing works over the CPU. I think it's that map. I think it's that map that that hits the CPU so hard. Sean, how are you doing out there? We get you home yet? Let's see, what time was that? It wasn't that long ago. He said he was driving. Hey, EOD, I just recognized your icon changed. That's the 3-month icon out there. Very cool. You know, whenever you set those up and define those in YouTube, you don't really know how they're going to look in chat. So it's cool to actually see some of those pop up. So very cool. So that one's a little satellite with some telemetry coming down, or maybe that's a voice. I don't know what that is, but stop for fuel, getting back on the road. All right. We're just checking on you. We're making sure you get home, buddy. All right. So we don't have anyone doing any HF this weekend. Let's see what else we got going here. So I've got, let me just talk schedule wise so you guys know what I've got going on here for upcoming live streams. So I will be streaming next weekend for sure. Now the following weekend, that's Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. So I am going to try to stream. That's going to be interesting though. We're going to have to, we'll just have to play that by ear. Hopefully that works out. Hopefully my streaming capabilities remote will be up to the, well, not only my capability, but the internet will all be up to snuff and be capable. Let's see. But HF every weekend. All right, John. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us so long tonight, John. It was a pleasure having you in the chat. Hope you have a good weekend. All right, Eric says they needed federal employees to try and get simulated explosive and drugs through security. They were very serious about me not getting on the plane if I got through. So what are simulated? Do they just use different materials to kind of dust the fake payload, maybe? That would be interesting. That would really be interesting. That'd be fun to do. I'm curious, Eric, did you get through the security checkpoint? Yeah, curious how that went. So yeah, so definitely be streaming next Friday. The following Friday is going to be iffy and interesting. And then the following week, I should probably, well, Friday is going to be, let's see. Let me look. I've got a couple of travel dates in that time period. And let me see. Let me see when I get back on, or when I'll be stationary, when I'd be streamable on that Friday. Let's see what time that one's going to be my biggest challenge. So what I may do is I may do some on-location stuff. And that gets back to me wanting to do something very lightweight with these pieces that you guys can't see on green screen. Because I had tried, let's see, where's this at? When do I get back? Why is that not showing up? Let me check one other place. Okay, let's see. Wow. So, yeah, so that's going to be iffy on that Friday. I may try to do a couple of other on-location streams earlier in the week. So I'll keep you guys posted. I got caught in like 3 seconds. Tried to talk my way out of it, but as soon as they told me I needed to go to the back room. Oh, gotcha. They did a debrief and then I was done. Off to the next airport. Oh, wow. That sounds really interesting. Caught in 3 seconds. Well, that's good. That's good to hear. I mean, that's what you want to hear. You hope those guys are good at that job. You want them to be good at that job. Certainly. All right, what do we got here? We got 12 o'clock Central. I've got that ISS pass at 12:30. I think I'll likely skip that. I've got zero confidence that they're going to have SSTV working at that time. So there is that. Anything else you guys want to touch base on tonight? Anybody else working on their ground station? Anybody have any questions setting up their ground station? Anybody need any help that we can maybe help with? Oh, I think that's downstairs. I got another QSL card in the mail. Gosh, it's been a couple of weeks. I need to bring it up here to my shack. I got a QSL card from Big Jeem from his parachute mobile jump at Huntsville this year. I don't know if anyone else has seen that. But it's a cool QSL card. I'll have to bring that up and share that with you guys next time. I need someone in Guam to work RS-44. Eric, were you on whenever we were talking about the CatSat, the ASU satellite, the 6U satellite that they're going to turn on the 5 gigahertz transponder? I thought you would get a kick out of this. I don't know if you were on when we talked about this. But ASU has this CatSat that they launched. I wasn't. Okay. So So ASU launched this satellite, 6U satellite called CatSat, about a year ago. And they've wrapped up, I think, all of their science missions. They had this mission here for this inflatable antenna, some other types of missions. They had a few other things. Right? And so since they've wrapped all those things up, they have a voice transponder on the satellite. Here's the operating frequencies, though. 5.663 gig up and 10.47 gig down. And I thought this was interesting. Look at how much bandwidth this thing has. So I don't know how many people are going to be able to work this satellite. But I think it's pretty cool that they're turning this on and making this available to hams. Tim says, I still need a 9700. Still need a 9700. Yeah, and they're not getting any cheaper. I can't believe these things seem to be going up in price. These things are, I mean, look at that. They're over $2,000 now. Let's see what Gigaparts has them for. $2,000. I mean, these things, I mean, they're going up. They're going the wrong direction here. Now, maybe they'll settle down. You know, I don't know if they're blaming this on tariffs, but I believe that these were going up before the tariff issue. I'm considering a JA version of the, oh wow, 901, nice. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I fired off an email to Ray Novak to see if they still have they had a demo 905 unit along with antennas, transverters, the whole nine, that they were making they were making available to folks for demo purposes. So I'm going to see if I can get my hands on it. That would be, I think that'd be fun to try, to get a contact on that thing. But yeah, I just can't get over. I just can't get over the price of the 9700 right now. It's crazy. Oh, okay. All right, let's do this. Gigaparts. Let's see what their URL looks like. All right, let's get rid of all this crap. And let's see if that'll get us here. It will. Okay, good. So I'm going to copy that URL. I'm going to go out to archive.org. I'm going to go to the Wayback Machine. And, oh, that's not the one I want. All right, let's see. 2025 5, June. Let's see what the price was in June. WV3V, or yeah, WV3V got his on the used market. I did as well. Did you guys see that? Where'd it go? It was $1,700. Why did it disappear on us? That was in June of this year. All right, let's try that again. June 19th. 1749. 17. Now it was $18.99 and they had it on sale. 17, but that thing has went up. I knew I wasn't dreaming it. Let's go to last year. October 13th. And is this one going to have problems? See what I mean? We talked about this a little earlier. Whenever using a Wayback Machine on some modern websites, depending on what type of front end frameworks they're using, you might have a hard time bringing some of those up. Let's check March 3rd. $1,749. Right? That's still, they're still showing that quote sale price, that instant rebate. Now, if we go back to when this thing came out, what was it when it came out? Was it 19 something? Oh, it was $20.99. Look at that. So we're back to the launch price. I mean, that tells you all you need to know right there. Let's see. Let's check this 2022 price. I mean, usually radios are the most expensive they're going to be when they launch. Unless, you know, you have a tariff situation or something stupid. Let's see what 2022 brings us. Look at that. Oh, $16.99. Look at that beauty. And look, there was no mention here. Oh, yeah, there is mention. Okay. So, you know, they went with the $2,099 as the launch price. And then they set the quote regular price at $18.99. And then we saw various discounts over time. Yeah, you're not wrong, Sean. You're not wrong. Let's see. I'm just kind of silly curious here. Let's see. Right before Christmas, how about something? Let's check this one. 69. I don't. Oh, look at that. Regular price at some point 16. Look at $14.99. Oh, I don't remember that price. All right, that's all right. Who wants a hot tub time machine now? Tim wants one. Says, let me get back there and get that $14.99. May not be legal. Happens on Amazon all the time. And here I am with my IC 746. All right, let's see. Is that thing not loading? Did I not click on that? I'm checking one more. I see something lower than that 14, look at that, $14.99. So at some point, the regular price was $16.99. I think that's got to be the low. That's got to be the low. $12.96 shipped. Yeah, I bought mine for I think it was $1,300 out of the back of a car in a Starbucks parking lot, courtesy of QRZ. And I mean, came with the box, came with, all the, I mean, it was packed back in the box like it was brand new. All the manuals, all the junk, all the packing junk that comes with it. $50. Yeah. But you're probably not going to be running like a lot of coax or anything, right? You're probably, you're 50 watts. You're probably going to get close to that 50 watts out your antenna, I would imagine. $40 meters is dead, huh? You know what? Someone mentioned that last week. Night Cry is FT8 quiet? Yeah, isn't that crazy? $500 more than it is now. Yep. Different frequency ranges, but all the sats are in the JA range anyhow. Yeah. Well, and I figure you probably sell it before you leave then, right? The second I get a 9700, I'll pop over to Rhoda to give people QK24. I saw someone claim they only got 20 watts at the antenna. Yeah, that math doesn't seem to work. Because I did a bunch of those calculations. I'd have to dig out my spreadsheet though. But I did a bunch of those. I did a bunch of that math when I was trying to figure out what coax to buy here, because I'm running 300 feet of cable, and that's why I went with a hard line. Yeah, that Mark II G, that 706 Mark II G, that's a nice radio. Nothing wrong with the IC 7000 either. Nothing on 40. Wow. That's interesting. Yeah, someone was saying last week, was it last week? Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. I think it was last week. Someone was saying that the FT8 frequency was silent. And I don't think I've ever seen the FT8 frequency silent. I can run 5 watts into RS44 here with no issues. Yeah, you're not competing with anybody. That's nice. Eric, I was trying to remember. Isn't RS44 doesn't that have what made me think of it was something I saw here. Oh yeah, that's 200 kilohertz of bandwidth. Doesn't RS44 only have like 30? I think that's the bandwidth, right? End to end on that transponder. I can't imagine 200. Yeah, that's what I thought, 30. I mean, you have all kinds of room, and you're not going to have a lot of people with the gear to be able to take advantage of it. Sure, yeah. No, it's certainly enough. But it's crazy to think about having 200. Oh, really? 500 kilohertz on QO100. Well, and you know, that probably all of it. You probably need all of it, I would imagine. Yeah, that's bananas. Let's see. We still got 24 people hanging in there. Look at you guys. Look at you troopers hanging in there. Nice. Oh, that makes sense. When the rare DXCC gets on, they work in split and take up 25 kilohertz. That makes sense. Let's see here. What else is going on? Is there anything going on this week? I'm going to have to get this. Oh, this is nice. Let me see which. I always like when people leave their call sign in a comment on a YouTube video. I got one here, YD5NVH. YD5. Where is YD5? Indonesia. Let's look up that call. YD5NVH. I wonder if they have a QRZ account. Not really. I mean, they're out there, but yeah, it is in Indonesia. Let's see. I don't want to pull somebody's private information up there, but usually the first page of QRZ's pretty safe. I mean, there's nothing there for this fella here, but it's always fun to get some comments for some different locales. Yeah, I'd like to see that, Eric. Yeah, definitely. Hopefully things have calmed down a little bit there for you as well. Sounds like you're willing to get back on the radio a little bit, so I'm hoping that means things are a little bit better for you. Most Indonesian stations use an AMSAT ID. Good. Glad to hear it. Hopefully all resolved to your satisfaction and in a good way. So that's I'm sure that was weighing on you. Lester William, was it Willieson? Thanks for hanging out, Lester. Appreciate you being out there in the chat. Feel free to jump in and throw any questions and stuff out there next time. Love interacting with everybody in the chat. But thanks for hanging out and hope you have a great weekend. And holy moly, now we're starting to add people to the stream. They have closed the investigation and declined further action. Fantastic. That sounds like a good resolution. AMSAT ID is Indonesia's logging. Interesting. Okay, what is this here? What is this? I've never done, oh yeah. Okay. There were a lot of VK and ZL on 6 meter yesterday afternoon. Boy, did you guys see any of Hayden's posts about 6 meters over the last few days? 6 meters looked to have been on fire. I mean, I don't know that I had ever seen the number of, here, let me see if I can find, what did he do? Did he tweet that? He may have tweeted that. Let me see. I don't know if you guys saw this. It was insane. All right, let me do a quick search here. Let's see. It must not. Oh yeah, here it is. Unbelievable. Let me see if I can bring this up. Come on, bring it up, will ya? Oh yeah. Check this out. Like, are you kidding me? I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. That's crazy. Yeah, that's Andy, that's kind of what this is showing, right? Everything there in you know, everything there in Western Europe is just blanketed. I mean, that's just fantastic. Tell you, it makes everyone here in the US jealous for sure. It's good to see you out there, Andy. I didn't realize you were still lurking around out there. Thanks for chiming in. Okay, some FT8 on 40, but not super busy. Okay, well, at least you can hear it. Like I said last week, somebody was complaining there was nothing on 40 on FT8. Yeah, that is just absolutely bananas. I thought he maybe had another. Let me see if he had something else. Oh, may have been some of his FD8 stuff. I thought he had another image though. Yeah, so he was able to work 5 new countries. Here, let me bring up this other so you guys can see this. All right, so he was able to work 5 new countries. So his DXCC count on 6 is up to 18. CW and SSB to Italy as well. All right, so what is this? Is this EOD? Is this you out there? Trying to see where this might be. This could be you out there. New Zealand heard me but didn't connect. Ah, yeah, this out here, this could be this way out here. Right, here's New Zealand. What's this up here? I need a map. Let's see what that is. It was higher than that. I would have thought, oh, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was Hawaii. All right, so where is... Trying to get my bearings here. So it's straight up. So I think that first... So I can't move around on that. So what's this right there? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So I guess not. That's probably, it's almost, all right. So let's say it's going to be kind of parallel with this bay. So this bay, so that maybe is Samoa or Fuji. That's probably what this is here. And then this one up here is probably Hawaii, right? I would think. Probably. KH2 is straight north of VK7. Gotcha. We had Japan on 15 meters at 11 a.m. Not, I'm straight north of the northernmost point of Australia. Gotcha. You're going to be right in here. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Fun to see. Fun to see. Good stuff. All right. Let's see. Made it home. Good deal. Off the road now. Thanks. Yep. Still listening and going to see if the ISS turned on SSTV yet. Do you have a pass coming up? I think I had one at 12:30-ish, 12:37 right now, actually. There's a pass right now. And this is a decent pass. I think it was a 31-degree pass. Is that right? Am I remembering that right? Yeah, 31-degree pass. I am betting no. There's a 5-watt station that is always on 6 meters, but it hasn't confirmed my QSOs. Oh, that's frustrating. Sean, go check that out and let us know, man. We'll hang around here. I want to hear, that'd be great. I I think I think we're in sleeping hours for the astronauts is the problem. I don't think there's going to be any work going on. I need to get this phone on the charger. Are you still waiting for the separation kit? I am. And it's extremely frustrating because I mean, I'm in prime time season. I mean, it's gorgeous out right now. You know, it's like 70 degrees during the day, gets down into the 50s. This is prime time. I would love to be out there. I'd love to be out there trying to get things finalized. Yeah, I think I was just talking about this a little bit earlier. I think I'm going to have to maybe, I mean, I just know how much time and effort it's going to take, but I'm getting to that point where I'm going to have to start looking for individual pieces of that kit. I mean, there's a ton of them. It'd just be so much easier if I just got that separation kit. But, you know, no one wants to talk about it either. Nobody wants to talk about it. All right, what was that? Something just happened there. Oh, wow. WV3V, I just got your email. Holy smokes. That is gorgeous. Do you mind if I share those pictures with folks? Those are gorgeous. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm saving all these pictures here. And Jason, if you're fine with it, I would love to just share those with folks. All right, let's see if I can. Yeah, that's phenomenal. Let's see here. I'm going to move those over. Well, actually, it's probably quicker for me to just do it here. Let me. Give me just a second here, and I'll download those pictures. These are some fantastic pictures. I think everyone will enjoy seeing this. Okay, great. Yeah, I always like to ask before I just assume. All right, let's see here. So I've got those where I can easily get at them now. Let me. Look at that. Wow. mean, is that a crazy picture or what? That is gorgeous. That's amazing, right? In Arizona. Holy smokes. We could see a little bit here in North Texas. I mean, we did not have that kind of view, though. We had nothing like that. Just dead air on voice. Oh, that can happen. Don't see it that often. All right, let's try. Let's see. This one here. Look at that. Holy smokes. That is gorgeous. Can you imagine what ancient people? Yeah, for sure. Okay, so it looks like this vegetation has some light on. Do you have some sort of artificial light on the foreground of this image here? I mean, it looks gorgeous. This one appeared to be the same way. That is fantastic. Aurora Pro is the app. Oh, okay. All right, here's another one. Now, this one doesn't look like it has any foreground lighting. That is just unbelievable. And that's just gorgeous. And I love how you can see the stars up there as well. Yeah, it's, oh, bright from the long exposure. Gotcha. Yeah, nice job. Nice job. All right, let's see what we got here. What else did you share with me here? Okay, this one here. Let's see. That one's a little small. Let me think. Do I have a way to make that bigger? Is this your 6 meter stuff here? Hmm. Yeah, I think that, I love that. That's just fantastic. All right, and then let's see what this one here is. So what are these other two images that we've got here? Let's see, you may have said in the email. I was so stunned by the pictures, I didn't bother to read read the email. I should have read the email first. Let's see. Oh yeah, 6 meter activity on Thursday. Nice. Yeah, the clouds definitely enhance that view. I mean, this one, bam. I mean, I just love that. That is fantastic. I mean, these are great too. Don't get me wrong. These are gorgeous. I like seeing the stars above the Aurora here. I just think that's so cool. Yeah, 6 meter activity from Nevada. Gotcha, gotcha. Here, let me take a closer look. Let's see. So hard to tell from that picture, but looks like maybe, are you down in Clark County? Looks like you're in southern Nevada. You can't really see the outlines of the states too well in here, but I'm guessing that's South Nevada. Yeah, fantastic. Good stuff. Thanks for sharing those. Yeah, that's awesome. Appreciate that. Beautiful. Nice work. Nice work. All right, let's see. Where are we at here? We still got people hanging out. You guys are troopers. I like it. All right, let me do a... I'm curious here. Let me do a check. I want to see how my ground station's doing. I want to make sure I'm always nervous when I make a change. When things were working pretty good. Let's see. Not a huge number of additional stations here. A little slow going tonight. At this pace, it seems unlikely that we're gonna reach the top. But if I look at these others in the same time frame, I mean, I guess looks similar. Looks similar. EOD, yeah, I already got it. You should have already received the response there. You should have got it. I'm not the best ISS hunter out there, but I didn't pick up any signals. Yeah, I don't think it's you, Sean. I think it's just not working right now. Hopefully they'll get it fixed for the weekend. You know, this is already been rescheduled twice, I believe. So maybe they'll redo event 30 at another point. Let me check your EOD. You should be good, buddy. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to get back to my Discord here. I've got a bunch of folks that reached out to me this evening. It's folks I haven't heard from in a while. That's always nice. Let's see. Just got off the road. Still not done. Didn't they announce they had equipment issue? You know, they did announce, here, let me pull this up. Hopefully that's big enough you guys can see that. They announced that, you know, they had some early decodes, and we went out and we looked at the gallery and we saw, you know, maybe 15 decodes is all they had. But they said that the U.S. and Russian ops teams were working on getting a message to the on-orbit crew for an update. But that was yesterday. And at that time, right, which was 23:20 Eastern, they said the crew was in sleep period. So, you know, I'm assuming the crew is in sleep period now as well. I don't think anything's going to get fixed until maybe sometime tomorrow, maybe, potentially. Now, they also had some other activities they had some other activities as well, and that probably put things on the back burner. Let me see what those activities were. Let's see. So yesterday or 2 days ago now, since we're now Saturday Central Time, but on the 13th, they took a ham TV outage. And they said at that point in time that the SSTV event should be unaffected, but at that point in time, the SSTV event was not transmitting. They didn't say specifically what the activity was. They just said during some spaceflight activities, ARIS must power off radios. So who knows? We'll have to keep an eye on it. First schedule was for a spacewalk. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right, EOD. Yep. What camera am I using? So the straight on camera that I have up right now, this is a Razer webcam. Pretty good quality. In my opinion, excellent quality for the price. And then for my overhead camera, this is just an old Android phone that I'm using for a camera. And I can zoom in and zoom out. I can flip the camera as well, right? This is the rear facing camera. If I needed to, I could go to the front facing camera. Not that anyone wants to see the ceiling, but does give me that capability. I've got so this, my shack, my primary operating station for the shack is here. And that's what you're seeing behind me. So I'm sitting facing what you guys are seeing in my background. And I've got another position, that's my workbench, that's just to the right of me. And I've got 2 cameras set up there as well. I've got another one of these Razer cameras set up, and then I've got another phone, an old phone set up for an overhead camera there. So whenever I do like some sort of dedicated project video, I'll be sitting over there. Like if I've got to solder, something like that, I'll be sitting over there. Yeah, a lot of people do use the DSLRs, but if you can get away with using a $60 webcam versus a $300 DSLR, why not? And I think the quality is pretty decent. Now, I don't have the depth of field. I don't have some of the controls that you might see, like Josh, whenever he's doing his shack videos where he's standing talking to the camera and then you can see some of his shack behind him, he's using a DSLR. He's using a really good camera for that. And, you see the depth of field control that he has, right? He's able to blur out the background really well, and he can stay really crisp. I don't know if I want to start a channel or a podcast or even get on a stream. Well, EOD, let me know if you want to talk about a topic some Friday and you want to join in and chat and, get a feel for it. Just let me know. We can figure it out. I mean, I didn't decide that I wanted to try it until, I'd been on a couple of streams generally talking about, Hamfest activities, like on, Ham Radio 2.0 stream, or, trying to think who else had me on a stream. I think Clubhouse had me on a stream one time to talk about some things, and I enjoyed it. It was fun. And then I decided, I'm going to start trying to make some shorts. And, all of my, for the first several months, gosh, maybe even a year, I made just shorts exclusively. And I was just trying to figure out, how all this stuff worked. And then one Halloween, I decided to try to do a live stream. And I didn't really expect anybody would jump on. Quite honestly, I put it out there that I was going to be on the live stream, and it was a feld hell. I was playing around with that on Halloween, or the week leading up to Halloween, something like that. And that was fun. It was fun as well. Then I didn't try it again for quite some time. Then I decided I'll try to start making some videos. We'll see how that goes. And I kept having fun, and that was the most important thing to me. If I'm not having fun doing it, I'm not going to do it. Oh yeah, you were, Paul, you jumped on that one. You guys have to go back and take a look at that. I mean, I had no idea what I was doing. I was really trying to figure out some software, too. I was trying to figure out how overlays worked and some of that type of thing. So there's some interesting visuals in that one's probably the way to best describe it. Let's see when that was. You lose track of, when all these things actually happen. Let's see here. Gotta go back. Yeah, so that was 2 years ago. And gosh, I streamed for 1 hour and 40 minutes. And like I said, I was just trying to figure crap out. And it was great that some people come out and hung out, as well. So, let's see if I can grab a capture of this and share it with you guys. Yeah. It's so funny. It's funny. Here, let me get this image here. All right, where's that at? Come on. There it is. I just grabbed a random. Yeah, we'll go with this. Let's see how this looks. I just grabbed a random frame. Oh crap. Oh wait. I know what the problem is. I think I know what the problem is. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Check this out. So I was competing, right? The Feldheld thing really isn't that big of a competition. It's more fun than anything. But, you know, one of the things you can do is if you dress up in costume, then you get a bonus. So I was dressed up as an MCOM dude. I had my orange vest on, had my call sign hat on, and yeah, so you can see what's going on here. I've got the flex in the background. Here, let me bring you guys up. I lost the chat. I've got the flex in the background. I created this, you know, this spooky scene overlay. So you can see the flex kind of peeking through that. And then I've got the image working the software there. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was trying to figure out all that stuff as, try to figure it all out as well. So if you guys want to see that, and I'm also using Ham Radio Deluxe, right? The Feldheld option within Ham Radio Deluxe, the digital master. But if you guys go back and look for my very first live stream 2 years ago, if you're looking to kill a couple hours, there you go. But across the top, that was a ticker where it says CQ Hellfest. So that was a ticker going across. I was just trying all different things, right? Trying to figure out how all this software and stuff worked. And I thought it looked pretty good. I thought it was fun. WV3V doing shorts. Yeah, that's a great way to start, right? That's a great way to figure out, how the YouTube thing works. And there's a lot of emphasis on shorts in YouTube world. So, it's definitely a good place to start. They keep improving some of the tools and stuff too. Just flip by Eric's QSL. Oh, that's too funny. I guess I could have done it here. This might be, I don't know what I was thinking here. I wasn't thinking. I'm starting to get tired, I think. Here, let's pull this up. I'm kind of curious. I haven't seen this in a long time. Here, let me grab my headphones so I can hear it too. All right, let's go to lives. Here we go. Hellfest. That looks pretty cool, doesn't it? I think that looks pretty fun. I might have to do that again next year. I don't think very many people watch this. Let's see. 110 views. I don't think I've got any audio yet here. So that's there we go. That's the mode I'm in right now. I'm trying to relearn how to do this, as well as learn, like I said, Ham Radio Deluxe, and also trying to figure out if I can get streaming to work. So, oh, and I should also mention now that we've got a few viewers on here, one of the contest options is to wear a costume. So I think lots of folks in the ham radio community would get a chuckle out of me wearing my my high-vis vest with my I've got my handy mic, and I'm labeled and I'm ready to go. So I don't know if this is what they had in mind as far as, and then swoosh, it's like they try to move down. Well, whoa, contacts are few and far between. There we go. There you can see some Feldhell stuff. We want to make sure he gets credit for that contact. So he gets that. So it's fun. I think that good stuff. Fun stuff. That was a pretty ambitious first attempt. Yeah, I'm with you there. KY4TRX, I am, or TRK, sorry about that. I am also starting to feel it. So does ITR in your calls stand for anything in particular? So actually, my ranch is Iron Timbers Ranch. So the ITR is for Iron Timbers Ranch. Yeah, that is a vanity call. We've got, in this part of Texas, we've got a species of oak that's called post oak. Oh, the Honda, back to the 90s Honda. No, it's, there was a book. Let me see if I can find this real quick. It's a pretty interesting book. So I live in what's considered the Cross Timbers region. And here, let me find one more thing here. Here we go. All right, so there's a region here. This is an ecological region called the Cross Timbers, and it's a very specific, you can see it here in yellow in Wikipedia. It's a very specific ecological zone where there is, first of all, there's actually some character to the land. If any of you are familiar with Texas, there's a lot of flat land, right? There's a lot of flat land in Oklahoma and Texas. But a lot of people have heard of the hill country. So that's kind of this southern part of this yellow region here. I'm up in this more northern section of this region. And so this is an actual ecological region, and it's called the Cross Timbers. So back when the settlers were moving west, when they hit this portion of the country, they called the trees in this area the cast iron forest, because these oak trees were just, you know, they had flat lands. It was clear sailing, easy travel. And then they hit this this cast iron forest is what they called it, and it's this Cross Timbers region. And you know, the predominant tree here is the post oak, and that's a real popular tree in Texas barbecue. But it was a real problem for the settlers to get through that region and to deal with that that post oak as they were traveling. So I called the ranch Iron Timbers Ranch, which is kind of a cross between the cast iron forest and the cross timbers region. So I had come up with that name whenever we bought the property here, and then I had a chance to get W5ITR, and it was just like, okay. I like the weight of the call sign for I like the weight and the cadence of the call sign for CW. Not that I'm a big CW op, but I hope to get to be a better CW op. So that was a bonus and a benefit as well. Oh yeah. I mean, Sean, you nailed it, right? I mean, this was a virgin forest at that point. And, I mean, that's what that whole book is about, is the settlers making their way through that real difficult portion of the plains. Let's see what else here. I got 1,000 views on a little CW demo I did for a friend and couldn't figure out how else to send it to him. That's awesome. Hey, that's always nice when that happens. Kentucky Ford truck. Long haul trucker, got my license in Kentucky and drove for a company out of Louisville. It's a vanity as well. Cool. Got it. See, that's helpful. I won't forget that now. Kentucky Ford truck. And the org call sign is KK6. Your original call was KK6VWX. Nice. Intelligent terrestrial radio. Hey, Terry, how are you? Nice to have you out in the chat, Terry. It's fun stuff. Let's see here. Oh. Let's see. Did I get another email here? Let's see. Oh, no, that's something different. Okay. Good stuff. All right. We still have some folks out there, too. Let me bring this back up. Losing track of my windows. There we go. Lots of live oak and post oak around here too. Got to keep the saw blade sharp to cut it. Yeah. Yeah, we've got, I've got some live oak here on the property as well. The live oak seem to get, you know, live oak is an interesting tree for sure. Yeah. Sorry about, that's probably way more information than you were looking for when you asked about the call sign. Have you considered selling all of the bits someone would need to build the CubeSat sim? I have not. I've not really thought about that. You know, I know I've got, you know, I've been working through the BOM, and, you know, I've got a handful of parts that aren't currently available. And I've got those in a small quantity. If there was somebody that needed those parts, I'd be happy to help them out for sure. But I've not thought about trying to deal with, you know, putting all that stuff together. Now, what I will do, is I will take all the items that I am purchasing through like Amazon, and I'll throw them in a list so it's easy for folks, if they're trying to do the same thing. But Tim, if you're having some trouble finding some parts or something and I've got them, let me know. I'm happy to share. Sean, whenever you go to try to name something like your ranch, for me anyhow, it feels like a almost like a daunting chore, or chore is probably not the right word. It's a, you feel like you've got a responsibility to pick a good name. Would be awesome if they had a bomb that let you add everything to your card. I'm wondering if you meant to your cart. Cart. So that would be nice. And they do that a little bit with the Octo, whatever they call that. Here, let me pull one of those up here. We looked at these a little bit last week. I don't know if we've got some different folks on or not. Let me go ahead and switch over. Let's see here. See if I can find the right link. This might get us there. Does this get us to GitHub? It does. Okay, good. I think I can navigate it from here. Let me go to home. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the wiki. Just here's what I'm looking for. So if I go to hardware 2.1, let's see. This, trying to remember which one this is. I downloaded it to, it's probably this one. It's going to come up. There we go. All right, how did I do this before? I think, let me think here. How did I get there before? Hold on just 1 second. Yeah, I think that might work here. Let me. All right, Jason, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you hanging in there so long, man. Get some rest. Have a good weekend. All right, where was I here? Let me see here. I want to get to here. I'm almost there. No, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Oh, that's not going to work either, is it? I've got to egg on it. How did I do that before? I think I know what I did. Okay. All right, I got an idea here. Let me see if I can get to this. Oh, boy, I don't know what I did with that. Oh, wait, do I have it here? Yeah. Here it is. All right. So here they have, do I have that up? I think I do. Sorry it took so long, guys. All right. So they have these octopart lists, right? And if you go into these octopart lists, they do have it where you can buy everything on this particular list. Now, this isn't everything. It's kind of everything for that one component. This is for the main board. So this is the BOM for the main board. And if you scroll over here, under the DigiKey, all right, let's see. I'm curious how their stock is. We saw that last week there were a couple items that were out of stock. Yeah, like here's that 220 ohm resistor that's out of stock. I think that might have been it for this main page. Yeah, it looks like everything else is in stock here. But you can come in here, you hit this buy now, and then it opens up a DigiKey cart for you with all that stuff in it. Well, it's supposed to. This doesn't look like that, though. Let's see, an improved. Oh, there's an improved value for one of the items. Okay, fine. Is that not going to just take it? Maybe I have to pick one of the options. Here we go. Here's the cart. It just took forever. Right, so here's everything for that main board. It's $70. And there you go. So that's, you can do that for each of the boards, and then they have a few other items. So that helps you a little bit kind of get through it a little more quickly. All right. Well, thanks for hanging in there. If you're still out there, 7-3, get some rest. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. What do we have? Oh, yeah, we still have 21 people out there. So got a bunch of troopers out there. So Eric, you can kind of do that, right? I mean, like I said, they have one of these octopart lists for each of the groups. And the other part that's pretty slick is, right, they give you multiple vendors. Now, a lot of these other vendors don't even, like here you can see these guys are missing some stock in some other areas. But for that 220 ohm resistor right there, nobody had that. Let's see if I click on that. Will it stay? No, it won't. Oh yeah, it looks like Arrow's they've got 5,000 of them. But here's the other thing that's kind of wonky. Some of these guys have a minimum quantity, right? They're increments of 5,000. So you're not going to get a onesie. Like, really, I don't need 5,000 of these guys. I need one. Well, you might need more than one. There might be some in some of the other boards. But what I'm going to do is I've started going through all of these Amazon items, and I'm creating a shopping list just to make it easy for folks, right? Because some of these things, like, you know, and some of these I won't even get through Amazon. But, you know, here's like the Pi camera. You know, there's a few different items that you can find elsewhere. But, you know, the other part of it is you might be able to find it elsewhere for 50 cents cheaper. It's a whole heck of a lot easier just to kind of add everything in Amazon and, you know, pay a few more cents per item sometimes. The iFixit soldering iron. No, I didn't see that. I've got a Pinecil USB soldering iron. But I like iFixit stuff. Does that look like it right there? So I'll show you guys here. Let me grab my solder kit. I actually think I have it downstairs in my do I have it? I think I've got it down in my backpack. But I've got a portable soldering kit, and I use the Pinecil. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. Let's see, what is this? So this one's 59. I don't know if they don't always have the Pinecil. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have it. Let me see. I think I've ordered it direct. Let's see. Yeah, from the Pine 64 store. Right here. I don't think you can beat this for the dollar, for the money, right? This thing is fantastic. I've had great luck with it. I use it with a USB power brick, and it is a fantastic remote or portable soldering iron. So this is what you get with it. You get a single tip, but they have a kit. How do I get off that? Let's see here. Here it is. So you can get this this kit of additional tips. And they're easy to swap out. So this is the one that I like. This is the one I have. This is the one I bought. And I've been very happy with it. Let's see that plug on the back of the iFixit. The other thing too, right? If anyone is considering this, the other thing I recommend when you're placing an order with these guys, if you decide you want to get some of that, is to get some of these silicone USB cables. These are the best cables, and they're cheap, but they're silicone. So if you're using them with a soldering iron and you touch the cable with the hot tip, you're not, it's not going to melt right away. These things are fantastic. I've got a ton of them. I bought a bunch of them because I just think they're so good. And they have C to C. They also have A to C, or they used to. I was just looking. Okay, so here's 1 meter. Here's 1.5 meter. Okay, here we go. Let's see, maybe they don't sell. Maybe they don't have as many as they used to. But I love those cables. They're cheap. They're good quality, and that silicone really lasts, and they stand out too, right there. Oh yeah, see, it's temperature, heat resistance up to 350 Celsius. Those things are fantastic. All right, but let's get back. I want to see some more of this. I am unfamiliar with this guy. Oh, right there's the Pinecil, for crying out loud. I zipped right by it. See, it's $39 here, a little bit cheaper, but you'll get it tomorrow. That's the difference. I think I've got this maybe in my store. Let's see if I think I've got this out in my store. Let's see. They're always moving this stuff around out here. Let's see. Why don't I see that? I'll have to look. But I've got a out in the store. I've got a list called Shaccessories, and I believe it's in that Shaccessories. There's a lot of good stuff in that Shaccessories list too. It's a bunch of the things that I use here in my shack, things that I've had good luck with. Okay, so where's that iFixit? Right here. So the plug on the back of the iFixit is a nice So what's the plug here? I'm not familiar with this thing. So it comes with some tips. Oh, so that's the same idea. Yeah. Now the difference is you've got to run the Pinecil connected, I believe. I always run it hooked up to the battery because you might be able to run it cordless, but it doesn't get nearly as hot. I think that's what it is. If you want the full capability, the full range of temp, you've got to plug it in. I mean, that's just a USB-C, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing special about that cable, is there? I'm sure it's just a USB-C. It'd be crazy if they didn't do just a basic USB-C. Let's see if it says, yeah, USB-C cable. I wonder if they've got the silicone. Oh. Yeah, so here's a soft touch, but you look how much they charge for those. Those Pinecil ones are dirt cheap, and boy, they're really nice. And they can carry data as well, data and power. I have 3 Pinecils now: desk, soldering, go kit, and the car and backpack. There you go. Yeah, I think those things are fantastic. They heat up quick. They hold temp pretty well. Certainly good enough for field work. But it would be interesting to compare. Yeah, I don't know about all this other stuff. I mean, maybe it's useful, maybe it's helpful, right? I see they got a little solder sucker. You get this little stand. I mean, if you want to use this at your workstation, yeah, that's probably pretty nice. But I love these kits, right? I've got these in my shack accessories too, right? I mean, that's exactly what I use. These things are fantastic. Yeah, I use this kit right here. This is the one I got. That's it right there. Really happy with that. It's got this magnetic lid, right, that snaps right on. I've had this for a couple of years and real happy with it. I really like the weight of the driver. Got a nice weight to it. Feels like a quality tool. And it's got some security bits, and these are nice. These are well worth the money in my eyes. And then I've got a bunch of their spudgers too. They have like a spudger kit, or they used to have a spudger kit. But their spudgers are pretty good too. I like those. They got all different sizes. I like their stuff. It works pretty well. Oh, you're talking about something different. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Here, let's go to iFixit. And see. Sorry about that. I was droning on about the wrong thing. All right, let's see. Where do we get to the store? Right there, tools. Maybe this guy? This fix hub, is this the one that... Oh, this is probably it. Yeah, that's a prohibitively short cable. Prohibitively short. How short is that thing? Do they give you an option for an extender? Is that just a USB-C cable, though? If it's just a USB-C cable, you're golden. Doesn't look like it, though. Let's take a closer look here. Yeah, that doesn't look like a USB-C cable. This does look pretty cool, though. Oh, yeah, it is a USB-C. Or is it? Looks like it locks in. It's USB-C, but they did something funky here. They funkified it. They put a lock on it. Yeah, I could see that being a problem. I mean, it uses USB-C. I guess the question is, can you get away? I mean, I understand how that could be handy to have the locking feature on there. But, right, if you think about it, that's got to go into the USB-C female port, and then this probably spins on its own. You may be able to just use a regular USB-C cable. You would lose the locking capability, but I don't know that I've ever had... You know, the Pinecil uses USB-C as well. I don't know that I've ever had the cable just pop out of the back of that thing. So I think you could probably use a regular cable. And I'm sure that's a silicone cable. Let's see if they say it is. I would imagine it's got to be. Yeah, USB-C PD, that's what I use. I use an Anchor PD block. That works great. It has a twist lock on the end. Yep. Someone needs to make 3D printed lock for the Pinecil. That's interesting. Night Cry, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Go get some rest. You've earned it. Have a good weekend. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty cool looking. $80. That's just the iron, huh? Ooh. Yeah, this kit. Wait a second. What's going on here? We got the Fix Hub Power Series portable solder station. What's the difference? Is this just your PD source? What the devil's going on here? A dual port 55 watt hour power station, 8 hours of soldering, intuitive to control, power delivery via 2 ports, premium build. Yeah, that looks like just a dedicated PD power source. So maybe cool, but not necessary, right? If you've already got a PD power source. But if you don't have one, then that would work. So is this just the iron? Yeah, so you could buy just the iron if you've got a PD power source. Use your own PD power source. Yeah, to any USB-C power source. Even hook it up to your PD delivered laptop. Yeah, interesting. I'm curious. So you can go to 420 Celsius. I am curious. 420 Celsius. What's this guy go to? I'm thinking this goes to like 600. Am I making that up? Where's it at? PD and QC3 plus a DC 5525 barrel jack. 400 Celsius. I don't know why I was thinking 600. 400 Celsius. Yeah, so this one gets a little bit hotter, which, you know, if you're trying to do something like a big coax connector or something is helpful. Yeah, it looks pretty slick. Looks pretty slick. They don't offer a needle tip. Yeah, that's one nice thing here about the Pinecil is that they do have, they've got 2 sizes too. They've got a short length and they've got a standard length, in case that matters. Where did that go? Here we go. Here's the normal size tips. Yeah, so you can get, you know, you get a chisel type and you get your needle type, a couple different sizes. I mean, these things have just come such a long way. I'm sure that iFixit one is great. you know, I've had this one for at least 1.5 years, maybe 2 years at this point. I've been super happy with it. This one looks pretty cool. I bet you that looks comfortable too. But for me, these are just a portable solution, right? I've got my little desktop station. It gives me much more control, much more power. Though I always do look at upgrading it, but I just always stop short because the one I have really does everything I need. Does your affiliate code work with the Pinecil website? Just whenever, just off Amazon. I don't have anything set up with Pinecil. Thanks for asking, but certainly, you know, get it where it's cheaper. Now the difference is going to be these come from China. So what you probably want to do is put it in your cart. Let's do that. And see if they show any duty or I don't have a separate line for duty, but I would fill this out and see what your full price is, right? Because looks like you're going to have shipping. Let's just see, get an idea. Okay, U.S. special shipping, cost covered tariff. See, this is what I was worried about. There's no cancellation, no change address, no refuse package, no status. So you're going to pay $25 shipping. And then you're going to have tax probably on top of that. Or maybe not. Maybe they're not charging you tax. I'll bet they do. Let's just see. They're not showing tax. That's interesting. Maybe they wait till the very, very end, or maybe they don't charge you tax. Right, so you're at $50 there, and you're going to wait a little while to get it. Let's see what it is here. I think, wasn't this 39? Yeah. 39 free delivery, at least where I'm at, have it tomorrow. So, yeah. So this is probably actually cheaper. Now, the thing that you might not be able to get here, if you're looking for tips, for the Pinecil, so it doesn't look like they've got, so it uses a standard TS100 tip. That's the other thing that's nice. I don't see the Pinecil branded one, whereas, but you should be able to use any TS100. That's a standard size. This might, let's see what this is. All right, so here you've got your chisels, your points. Yeah, so it's not branded as Pinecil, but since it's TS100, 100, you'd be able to get away with it. So, Andy, thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, I see we're below 20. Thanks for the warning there, Andy. It does seem like it's time to wrap it up. 2 o'clock. That's respectable. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. So if this is something, I'm almost positive I've got it out in the store, Sean. If I'll make sure I add it to the store so you can find it. But yeah. You know, go in the direction that's best for you. Right? This is probably a little cheaper for this. Looks like you're going to get it quicker. But you know, if you want to make sure you're getting the Pinecil branded tips or those awesome USB cables, by all means, get them that way. Thanks, Andy. Take care, and hope you have a great weekend. Yeah, I think it's probably a good time to wrap it up. But Sean, yeah, I'll put that out there. Use it if you want to. Please don't feel obligated. I always appreciate when you guys take advantage of that. It certainly helps the channel out. You know, it's not a lot, but every little bit helps, and they all add up. So I appreciate you even considering it. All right, gang. Thanks again for another great Friday night. I always enjoy this. I always look forward to it. It's a great way to kick off the weekend. It's so great you guys are willing to spend this much time hanging out as I kind of fumble through and check everything out. So yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Sean. Well, I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. Go out, practice some radio. Beautiful fall weather in Texas. Get out and take advantage of that as well. And for you in the Northeast, if there's anybody out there, stay warm. I know that's pretty rough out there. Some of that cold weather. So stay warm, stay safe, and get on the air, folks. We'll see you next time. 7-3.